You know what? Thank you. I did mute my microphone. All right. Nobody tell him. No, that was me. I had my microphone muted by accident. All right. Well, I'm. Yeah, I know, right? At least we caught it and try to start the run and don't even hear the timer start. Well, thank you for pointing that out. Like I said, I hope everybody's having a good, really lots of lore. I'm very honored to be showcasing a pretty new game. For those who don't know, this is Piece Odyssey. This game came out at the end of January of this year. This is a huge passion project for me to speedrun this game because it is a JRPG or just role-playing style game, turn-based. Like, you know, classic Final Fantasy games or Persona or really any number of RPG games that utilize the turn-based system. And I'm a huge One Piece fan, as you can plainly see. Some figurines, Straw Hat there. I'm a giant Pikachu there. So been grinding the heck out of this game for the last couple months now, and I finally get to kind of show it off in a marathon. So what we're going to do is, so my estimate, in the time that I submitted this, my estimate has actually dropped significantly. So we're gonna mix in a couple cutscenes. Won't watch a ton of them because I've never timed them, so I don't want to add too many cutscenes and then run the risk of going over. But we'll at least watch the opening cutscene. So we'll get started here in just a moment. Is this game interesting? I mean, I think the game's interesting. I've very much enjoyed playing it. If you like traditional RPG style games, like turn-based RPG games, like old school Final Fantasies, Persona, you know, just styles of games like that. I mean, I think there's a lot of flavor to it. I mean, stick around, check out the run. We'll talk about it after the cutscene and everything, and I go from there. But why don't we try and get into things? So timing starts when we hit yes on the do you want to start a new adventure. So if the person controlling the timer is ready, I can count us down. Sid, thank you for the good luck. Much appreciated. I'll just go ahead and count us down if anyone gets. All right, cool. Then with that said, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Like I said, let's go ahead and watch the opening cutscene, because why not? Normally we're gonna skip all the cutscenes, but I figured, you know, if marathon, we've got some extra time because I've dropped my PB down massively over the original estimate. We can at least enjoy the opening cutscene. The game is entirely in Japanese, so I do apologize for anyone who's playing the listening game. There is no English dub for this game at this time. Let me know if I need to adjust the volume levels. The game's a little weird about its volume with the cutscenes and stuff. So if it's too loud, let me know. If it's too quiet, let me know. Hey, what's up, Glitch? Thank you so much. Is this the first playthrough? Yes, it is. It is my first time ever playing this game. We're showcasing it live for you. Now, this is probably my 10th actual speedrun of it, like of the full game, but like I would say, I don't know, 12 or 13th time. Thank you for the good luck, Nikki. Mash, soothing voice.
いや怖えよ。そんな想像してたのかよ。俺の帽子がね。見つけた時にはなかったな。参ったな。どこに行っちまったんだ。あ。サニー沈んでんじゃねえか。うわ、危ねえ。なんだ？この島どうなってんだよ。でっけえ氷が空から降ってきた。なんだこりゃ。変な氷だ。中でなんか光ってるみたいだぞ。
Yes, I heavily recommend this game. I love this game to death. Poor Usopp.
昨日のおかしな嵐の時に降ってきた氷みてえだな。サニーも沈みかかってる。このままじゃ出航はできねえ。ナミさんもいない。探さねえと。
Because Frankie's very resourceful.
ゾロとブロックもいないぞ。どうするんだ、ルフィ。
よし、フランキーはサニー号の修理を頼む。その間に他のみんなでナミたちを探しに行こう。ナミ、ゾロ、ブロック。
Don't give it up, Luffy. Don't give it up, Zolo. Don't give it up, Sanji. Give it up, give it up, give it up.
おい、ブルック。ゾロ。
All right, from here we'll go ahead and skip because a lot of the cutscenes aren't auto progressing, like they don't progress on their own. From here we'll play. So welcome to the world of One Piece Odyssey.
どこだ？ナミ、ゾロ、ブロック。
So luckily, there's not a ton of spoilers because we are going to skip most cutscenes. So you aren't going to get a lot spoiled. But here we are. We've been stranded on the island of Wofford. The ship has been wrecked. So now we're trying to find our crew. We're going to go over here because we're going to talk to Chopper to initiate going through this tunnel here. Hey, plot reasons, right? Right, Caffeine? So at the beginning of the game is going to give a lot of pop-up tutorials on how it works. So this is a save point. So this is the game's way of teaching you how to save your game and record and all that jazz. But currently our objective is to find Nami, Brook, or Zoro because they are all currently missing. So beginning of the game is going to teach us how to play through the first like handful of battles. Luffy does have the ability to gum rocket across grapple points. So we use that to grapple across the ledge. In this game, you can definitely jump on your own, of course, but yeah, from here we're just kind of, luckily it is a narrow path, so there, isn't much deviation in this first part of this area, so we just kind of run forward. I break this chest because these 3 ogre onions are very important for the for something at the very end of the game. So we are going to collect some items in the game to help create and craft items, which we'll talk about more later. But welcome to our first fight. This is where the game teaches you really just how to fight. So from here, we basically just melee attack. So the game only lets you physical attack the first battle. So not much fancy stuff to do here other than kind of spam the attack buttons. Sanji and Luffy are going to one-shot each of these characters, but Usopp and Frankie cannot. And that's because of a typing system. So One Piece Odyssey uses sort of a triangle combat system for weaknesses. So you've got technique types, power types, speed types, and the weaknesses tied to them. So power types beat up speed types beat up technique types, and technique types beat up power types. And so we're going to utilize that in a number of our boss strats, try and kill the enemies as quickly as possible. But if you use a type disadvantage, you don't do as much damage. But in the second fight, the game teaches us about skills, which uses technique points, or TP, as you'll hear me say throughout the run. So that fight is, the first two fights are pretty scripted. They basically just beat up the Isas. You know, first battle, just spam basic attacks. Second battle, we just Gatling gun, which will instantly kill them. Yeah, this opening area is basically like a tutorial for how to play the game. Here we're gonna come to a bunch of penguins, and the penguin battle here is actually going to introduce us to the dramatic event system in this game. So what happens in this game is either at scripted moments or at randomly generated moments, a dramatic event like this will happen. And the way it works is there's a goal to accomplish, and the goal is to complete that condition. And if we do, we will get boosted experience, which is important for helping us not only level our characters in the early game, but it just helps us get stronger by being able to do that. And so we try our best to incorporate as many dramatic events when we can to increase the amount of XP earned with every fight. So in this fight, we actually use Sanji and Luffy to use ranged special attacks, because the goal here is to keep Usopp from getting knocked out. And so we use the two of them to do ranged attacks, because combats in this game are done in zones. And so the problem with zones is if there's an enemy in your zone, you can't attack an enemy in another zone until they've been defeated, or you use a ranged move that has range on it. So that's what we did with Sanji and Luffy there, is we use techniques of theirs that allows me to attack another like quadrant, section, whatever one wants to call it. And then we have Chopper finish off the last guy with just one of his cheaper animation moves. Less inputs and menuing, the better. We can hear Nami screaming for help, so I think we found Nami.
まだつかねえのか。ほら、いいから走りやがれ。ナミさん、今あなたのナイトが行くからね。
近いぞ、もうすぐだ。
すぐに助けるからね、ナミさん。
Here we're just going to continue on.
見えてきたわ。
Yeah, we utilize a lot of strats that take advantage of range, close range items, crafting, but we'll talk more about a lot of that as it happens throughout the run. We found Nami, but we're about to be ambushed by a bunch of Isas. Here's where the game teaches you about type effectiveness and how best to utilize it. So here I'm going to actually have Sanji attack Robin's group. Thank you for the good luck. Because the goal also is to try and minimize the amount of turns the enemy gets. Because the more turns they get, the more animations you have to watch, the more time it takes to get through set animations. So that Issa attacks, and then from here we're going to have Luffy get whip these two. This should instant kill both of them. And then Robin can just melee attack this one to kill it. And then Usopp can just shoot an exploding dart at this one. And there we finish the battle with only one enemy attack. Now sometimes, depending on RNG of turn order, you can get through that fight without the enemy actually attacking you at all. But we found Nami, we found Zoro. Now we just gotta take out the Del Kong. Big old gorilla here. So in this battle, the game teaches you about items and how to use items. So this is where the game, makes us like, oh, you should heal Nami. She's gonna go out if we don't. So the game's like, oh, here's how you use items. We use the apple to heal Nami. We have to. It's not something we can not do. Plus, we don't want Nami to go down anyway. We also learn how to swap characters for turn order. So what's really cool is you can actually pick whoever you want to go next when it's your turn. You just have to push L1 and R1 to do that. And again, something we will utilize to maximize DPS on our enemies. So we're gonna have Nami nuke the whole field with her Thunder move to kill those 2 Isas. Then Robin's gonna basic attack this one because she'll kill it, even though it's type disadvantage. It's weak enough to die in 1 hit. And Luffy's gonna jet whip his group so the Issa can go down. And then from here, we're actually just gonna basic attack the Del Kong for the rest of the fight. And that's just because attack animations, like using special moves, they've got a bit of a cutscene to them. So those cutscenes do take a bit to actually watch, and so basic attacks are a lot more quick. It's just like slap the enemy, so it moves a lot faster. Obviously, when the enemy does special attacks, it's not as quick, but it's quicker to just have the enemy's basic attack. Also, you can swap out your team at any time you wish as well. So from here, we're going to take Nami out because this is a power type, and power types are weak to technique types. And right now, Robin and Zoro are our only 2 technique types. So they're going to do the most damage against the Del Kong here. What's going on, Rain? So Luffy fainted, which is a status ailment. Not great. Of course, now the game has to teach him about status ailments. It just means that Luffy is unconscious at this time, but that's fine. Because Zoro here is going to bust out a nice little crit hit for us and take down the Del Kong. And that fight is over. And with that battle, we actually unlock battle speed function. So what that means is we can actually speed up how fast we take actions in combat. So it is going to make battles go a lot quicker. So if those battles felt like they were kind of sluggish or kind of slow in terms of a speed run, don't worry, because now all the fights are going to speed up thanks to the power of the speed up function. But we found everybody. Well, yeah, we found everybody except Brook at this time, but we want to find our hat. Now we're gonna go explore the island. Thanks for the best of luck, Rain. So off on an adventure. Gotta find our hat. Wait, what's happening? Oh no, we're being attacked by some giant colossus thing. But here we're gonna just try and use some of our strongest attacks from Luffy and Zoro. Sanji, we just do the first attack he has. A lot of his fire attacks won't do any damage because there are resistances. So we don't want to use fire attacks, so it's not going to do as much damage. So from here, we just use the strongest moves we've got that also don't take up as much time. And the game does have a memory cursor system. So thankfully, once I select the ability I want to use, I can just quickly input the actions for the moves without having to worry about reselecting the technique. And so with that, the Fire Colossus is down. Now you're watching and probably thinking, why am I level 42 at the beginning of a game? Well, that's because this game decides to have a Metroid system. Yes, that's correct. We are being Metroid by the game. Now we've had all of our power stolen. We're back to level 1. We don't have any techniques. All we can do is melee attack at this point. So this fight's unwinnable. You just have to have everybody do a melee attack to get through their first turn, and then the battle ends shortly afterwards. And so this is where the game introduces the main kind of plot to us getting off the island. So this guy, Audio, shows up to help us, to kind of help save us. And then he guides us away because that Colossus is just kind of chilling there. Because he's the guardian of the island. The Colossuses are these guardians of the island. And so we need to get away from them because we don't really have any power to fight them. In addition to that cutscene there, we also saw or met a girl by the name of Lim. Lim was the one who actually caused their powers to disappear. So Lim has this mysterious ability. It's not confirmed to be a devil fruit or anything for those familiar with the world of One Piece. But basically, Lim has the ability to steal your memories. Or not, sorry, not steal your memories. Essentially, she steals your powers. She basically takes your powers and they turn into these cubes. And the only way to regain your power is to essentially reacquire these cubes and reabsorb them. And so not only is our goal to fix the Sunny, but it's also to regain our powers at the same time. And so Audio suggests that we head to this place called the Lost Cave, or the Lakeshore Cave, where we may be able to regain some of our powers. And so it kind of leads us to our somewhat first dungeon. Yeah, if anybody has any questions or curiosities, if I don't explain something or wonder why things are the way they are, feel free to ask. Admittedly, my only kind of gripe with the game, which I've been able to overlook at this point, is the movement speed. Honestly, the movement speed of the game is a little slower than you would kind of expect. It feels like in games nowadays. So you actually do spend a good chunk of the speed run, honestly, just running from place to place at times. And so as a result, that's kind of where a lot of the time from the run comes from, is because you're running, because the maps are really large. They have really big maps that you have to run around in. Does the game include abilities, attacks past what the anime's shown? It does not. No. So for context, for anybody watching this, that is, yeah. So basically what Shark just said there. So anybody who's watching that might be worried about spoilers or what it covers or what it shows from the anime. It will only show stuff as far as Dressrosa. So one of the things that's going to happen, and we'll get more into it a bit later, is we're going to revisit our memories of 4 selected parts of the game. So we're going to revisit 4 different arcs, and they are arcs that take place between the beginning and Dressrosa. But no, that technique that I believe you're referring to, unfortunately, does not appear in this game. So this is where the game teaches us about treasure chests and, you know, how opening them may have things in them, and also about accessories. So there are the equipable item in this game. So there's no weapons, because each Straw Hat has their own devil fruit or weapons and stuff like that. But we do have accessories that we can equip to help boost their stats, and those are going to be a huge component to the run after Chapter 2. I mean, they help in Chapter 2, but there's an ability Robin gets that's going to make our accessories even more powerful. We don't get it until Chapter 3. How do I keep my beard so well maintained? Wash it and brush it? So here we see a cube with some of our lost power to it, so we're going to go pick that up. But unfortunately, before we can pick up the cube, we get attacked by a giant death squirrel. What it's called a death squirrel. So in this fight, there is no technique, so I can only melee. So we want to maximize the amount of melee damage that we're going to do. So we want to make sure that Luffy is in front of a bat. I actually clicked the wrong button. So we want to make sure Luffy is in front of bats, because bats are speed types, Luffy's a power type. Zoro needs to be in front of the squirrel, because the squirrel is a power type, and so Zoro will do the most damage to it. And then the rest are Isas, which Sanji will help Robin with, but Sanji's not going to do a ton of damage against. And then from here, it's really just a lot of attack spam. There is a possibility of getting what's called a knockback when you do a basic attack, where it knocks the enemy into the other enemy, and it stacks. It basically takes the damage on one enemy and transfers it and does the same to another enemy. A lot of times we do hope for that, because it is going to allow us to get through the fight quicker. But, you know, that's all RNG in the battle and stuff. So we've got the Isas down thanks to Robin and Sanji. The squirrel's almost down. Luffy's trying to take out the bat, but he has bleed damage. Bleed damage is bad because you lose about 20% of your attack power when you're bleeding. So it's not great when you bleed, because of course you do lose some output of damage. But thankfully at one point, Chopper does get an ability that allows us to heal the status ailment off of him, so. Unfortunately, Afro Luffy is not in this game, contrary to popular belief and hope and dreams. So here, the game lets us get back a handful of our powers, not all of our powers that we had at the beginning, but at least a handful. So now we have some techniques. This is where the game also teaches us about a few more mechanics. So there are a couple things in this game that we're gonna see. So there's these things I'm gonna pick up called cubes. Cubes or fragments are ways to boost abilities. So we're actually going to take the first set of fragments because we get 3 right off the bat, because you need 3 to up the damage of an ability. We're going to give that to Luffy because it's going to not only make his Gatling gun more powerful, but it's going to allow him to actually one-shot all 3 of these enemies. So the reason why we take this fight is because, one, it gives us level 3. It's a very quick fight to gain level 3, which will be helpful. But there's also a chance we get a dramatic event in that fight, and that dramatic event will give us level 5. So it's one of those, like, it's a very quick battle for prospects of hitting level 5, which will, you know, be super helpful. So here we have another battle against a bunch of bats and enemies, but this time we do have abilities. I am going to swap, turn order is a little weird here, so I'm going to swap Luffy over here so he can Gatling to kill these 2 bats. Casually, yeah, the game's probably like 25 to 30 hours. Honestly, one of the weirdest outcomes of turn order I've ever seen. I've never actually seen that that organization of characters be split like that. Kind of funny. So I'm gonna have Zoro kill them because Dragon Twister, well, we under damage, but it's fine. I would say for the... I would say only up to Dressrosa, because I don't know how concurrent some people are, and I wouldn't want to spoil... I'm not a fan of spoilers myself, so I wouldn't want to, like, spoil things for other people. Alright, so we also got an accessory that gives us an attack boost, so we're actually going to open up the menu, we're going to take out Sanji, and then we're going to give Luffy this so he does a little more damage. Also, this is where we learn about how we can swap around the character we control, and each character has a different type of ability or unique trait that you can utilize. So, you know, Luffy has the Gum Gum Rocket, so he can go across ledges. Zoro has the ability to cut steel doors, so we use Zoro to break down steel doors that get in our way. So here we have kind of like a mini boss battle. With this fight, what we're going to do is, because it teaches us about status ailments, we're actually going to use Usopp to burn the squirrel here, so that way he not only takes more damage, but he also takes burn damage. And then we're going to actually use Luffy to shoot the squirrel to another zone, so that way they're all in one area. And then we can then have Zoro do this to help take them all out. Yeah, I wish Zoro's mini-map was blurred. It would have been really dope. So there's our first instance of a dramatic event. So if Luffy kills the main squirrel, we'll get extra experience, and that's going to be the goal here. So Robin takes out the rest of them. Squirrel's almost dead, so we're going to have Luffy come in here and basically finish off the enemy so we can get some extra experience out of it. That's kind of that fight in a nutshell. And that's the end of the first dungeon. So it's a very quick dungeon. There's a lot more you can explore in the dungeon, like any other RPG, where you can, you know, find chests, you can find items. It can be busted, but it is a random occurrence unless it's unless it is because I think it's like 20 times XP boost is what it is. Like I think it's like 20 times the experience, but it's based on the enemy who it's on. So one thing that's important in the dramatic event is that each enemy, like most RPGs, will give a certain amount of experience. And so the dramatic event you obviously have to hope for is on an enemy that's going to give more experience than the others. So that way you get the most XP out of it. Most boss battles, like major boss battles, all have dramatic events. Usually Luffy has to kill them in most cases. And the ones we fight, because what you're going to see here is you're going to see probably one of the more RNG heavy parts of the run, this next dungeon. Because unfortunately the beginning of the game is going to feel like the enemies are getting a lot of experience, like it's you know, it's like, oh, I feel like super overpowered. But what happens in the speedrun is, because we don't fight like any random occurrences, we actually have to try, and we're actually going to grind some battles in the next dungeon. Only about 9 battles, but we're going to of course hope for dramatic events through the game, or through the dungeon, so we can utilize the most out of it. We unlock more outfits as you go. So the only outfits that are in this game are either DLC for their pre-time skip outfits. So you can get pre-time skip outfits, but it's DLC, either bought separately or with the deluxe edition. But in game, you can actually get Frankie and Brooke's pre-time skip outfits, but that's because you can't run around the world map with Frankie and Brooke. So I was talking about this a little bit earlier. I know there's kind of like jumping around a lot because there's a lot of stuff that's like happening. There's kind of a lot to talk about at different points and stuff. And honestly, it's my first time running this in marathon, so I haven't really worked on commentary for it. So I appreciate everyone bearing with me through the commentary for this run. And so you can control different characters, and they all have a different kind of trait. So, you know, Luffy can gum rockets, Zoro can cut steel doors, Chopper can fit through tiny caves, like there's like tiny little holes or whatever. Chopper can fit through them. Nami can find money on the ground that only she can see. Sanji can find ingredients on the ground for cooking. Yes, press F for donut. And Nico Robin can find like archaeological finds for like more lore into the world of Wofford and stuff. But yeah, so Brooke and Frankie are not playable, so I think that's why in-game you can find outfits pre-time skip for them, whereas the other ones you have to like buy DLC for it. So here in the story, we are basically told that for us to regain our powers, or for us to kind of like get all like, you know, because the Colossuses apparently have cubes that house our memories and stuff. So Audio suggests that, you know, we have to go to these ruins here, and then in these ruins, you know, we'll be able to find a Colossus, and then that Colossus, you know, if we defeat it, will allow us to regain some of our memories and powers. So this is where I was talking about. We are basically going to be doing we're going to be fighting 9 battles in this dungeon, and we're going to be hoping for dramatic events, as many as we can possibly get, because the more dramatic events we get, higher level going into chapter 2 we are going to be, because chapter 2 is probably the most RNG heavy part of the run, because the enemies that we fight in chapter 2 don't give a huge amount of experience. Like these battles give you a ton of experience at the end of the day. And so, you know, if you were playing this casually, you could just, you know, spend a ton of time in this dungeon and, you know, level up a whole bunch if you wanted to. But it's a speedrun. We can't spend that much time. So we're going to fight 9 battles. And you're probably thinking, well, why 9 battles? Why would I only fight 9 battles? Well, the reason for that is because earlier, if you saw, we kind of had a party. Like there was a little sequence where we were having a party. In this game, there's a mechanic where you can have, quote unquote, a party. And by having a party, you get 2 benefits from having a party. You get a 30% increase to experience for the next 10 fights, and you get a 50% increase to critical chance. So we utilize parties or camping, depending on what you want to call it, to maximize not only our potential DPS output, but also maximize the amount of experience we're trying to get. So that's why we only fight 9 encounters, because the 10th encounter is the last one, and then after 10 encounters, you don't get that benefit. So we fight 9 encounters, we make the boss of this area the 10th encounter, and then yeah, we just go from there. For perspective of what kind of runs I've seen, I've seen mostly one dramatic event battles, so I'll only get one dramatic event for the entire dungeon. So I've had that, and the highest I've seen is 4. So yeah, I've never done 0. It's probably very possible. It's just going to be a lot. It's just going to be slower in some places, but still very possible. And then, you know, I've done 1 more times than enough. I think more than half of my runs are 1 dramatic event. Funny enough, I actually routed out that pickup, so that's an old habit. I actually don't pick up that chest anymore that I just picked up, so good old route force of habit there. And we're gonna open this chest to get another attack accessory. Looks like we're still riding the no dramatic occurrence. These are technique types, so Usopp and Nami are going to do the most damage. You see that we're getting a couple crit hits, which is great, you know, reducing the amount of time it takes. But where are our dramatics? You need some dramatic events. Yeah, this is the first dungeon, so the mechanic in here is, you know, changing these electrical paths to open doors and stuff. Yeah, in this dungeon, I do pick up a number of items that I've routed for purpose. So we've been collecting ogre onions. We've collected unlucky herbs because this game does have a cooking and crafting system in it. So at some point, or I guess even now I can do it, or we'll learn about it soon. Sanji can cook things, and the dishes will give you things from like HP to attack boost to regeneration of your technical points, all kinds of stuff like that. So we utilize food pretty heavily throughout the run, and then Usopp can make balls, and basically like trick balls. And so we only make 6 trick balls. We make 6 what are called exhaust balls. Exhaust balls are going to lower the enemy's guts. In this game, there are many stats. There are your standard stats like attack, HP, and TP would be like MP for most traditional RPG games. But then there's defense and there's guts. And the difference between the two is defense is the amount of damage an enemy takes from basic attacks, and definitely did the wrong move there. And guts is the amount of damage the enemy does or takes from special abilities, like the special skills we do and stuff. A little bit of mistargeting there, so that did lead to not killing the 2 squirrels, but it's fine. It's also important because TP you can run out of just like MP, but I don't know if anyone's noticed when I do basic attacks, after the hit it says like TP plus a number. So we do also utilize basic melee attacks when we can, like when an enemy is almost dead and a single attack will kill them, because it's going to replenish our TP, which does carry over into other fights, because it's going to allow us to spam special abilities, which, you know, do a lot more damage when needed, to make sure, you know, we're taking the enemies out as quickly as possible. We're going to switch back to Luffy here. So looks like we're still playing the no dramatic occurrence, so this might be a fun chapter 2. We still have got no dramatic event. I bet you are playing the sound clip, Rain. Bet you are. I'm gonna pick up the Zoro cube. I'm gonna go ahead and grapple up here. So now we're trying to basically turn off a bunch of terminals to get to the Colossus in the center. because he's got a little bit of a shield over him, so we got to reroute all the electricity. Pick up a few more items, get a couple cubes. Since it takes 3 cubes to upgrade an ability, so we need cubes at a few parts of the run. Because the only people who really need the cubes are Robin and Sanji. But we do utilize, because they're on the way, like they're not far away. One's for Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, just to help with their DPS output. Also, if you run an enemy from behind, you can get a guaranteed crit attack on your first attack, which is kind of what we've got here. But yeah, I think we're going to be dealing with, I think we're going to get 0 dramatic events. So this will probably be one of my most interesting Chapter 2 runs I've done yet. But it's fine, I'm not worried. Which means some of the early battles might be a little bit on the slower side, but it will balance itself out at some point. Yes, it's very early. We're only 40 minutes into the run. And this battle here will be one of our last fights. We're going to pick up the Zoro cube. We're going to give Zoro a little bit of a boost, and then we're going to give him an attack badge. Be our last fight before the boss. Yes, the boss has a dramatic event, but the dramatic event will only give us so much. The goal is we would want dramatic events from other fights leading up to the boss, including what the boss gives us. But yeah, in this case, yeah, it looks like we are doing a 0 dramatic event. Because for perspective, normally when I fight the boss, I'm at like level 10 or 12. Because I'll have a dramatic event. But this time, none of the fights gave us a dramatic event. So like I said, it just might mean some of the early fights in Chapter 2 are going to be a little slower than I'm used to. But that by no means makes it to where, like, we can't finish the run. Because we're also going to fight a couple, like, random fights in Chapter 2 as well to help also try and get some more Because honestly, if we just get a couple of dramatics, it can offset what we didn't get here, so not the worst case scenario. All right, fight the Colossus. So for this fight, for routing purposes, because money's a little tight early on, we're actually going to have Nami spend at least 2 of her turns stealing. Oh, looks like we got the mass AoE move. It's less than ideal when he opens with this move, unfortunately, because as you can see, it can heavily paralyze everybody, which is not great. Because that's going to cost me a couple turns, of course, since Zoro and Usopp are paralyzed and can't do anything. Looks like Usopp freed up, so that's good. Shocking Truth is what we want to see because it's a much quicker attack. It's kind of like its basic attack. We have Nami steal again. We're actually going to bring in Chopper to heal up Zoro's status ailments. So Chopper has the care ability, which will heal status ailments. So this way he can get in there and help put some damage out. Because, you know, of course we want to get through the fight too. We don't want to let Zoro stand there doing nothing. Luckily, electricity barely hurts Luffy, so we're usually safe in that regard. So the goal ideally is to have our boy Luffy finish off the boss, which he should be able to on his next turn. Of course, he wants to hit us with the mass AoE move, so hopefully Luffy does not get paralyzed. I think I cursed myself. And we just gotta get through this turn. Alright, and that should be the battle. Alright. So yeah, that's like what, level 10, level 11. So like I said, I've had times where it's just one dramatic, so I'm not worried. But yeah, so now we've acquired another cube, but the difference is this cube is really big in size. So this cube's a little bit different. It's not like the one we got earlier where we just immediately absorbed it and we got some of our abilities back. This one is different. This one is like a memory cube. And so this is where, we're going to go back. Audio's going to tell us about some stuff. And then we're going to go find Lim, who is going to help us enter our memories. I won't tell you which one of the One Piece memories we'll be entering. Obviously, there's some people in chat who played this game, so they probably know what's coming up. But I'll let the game show us the worlds we enter on their own.
それにしてもさっきの遺構随分雷の研究が進んでいたわね。そう。ウェザリアで学んできたナミがそういうの相当ね。その研究の結果、あの巨像が作られたってわけか。ええ、多分ね。とんでもない技術だわ。とにかくでかいキューブをなんとかしねえとな。でもどうすりゃいいんだ。ま、いろいろ。
I've been talking nonstop, so I might take a moment to just kind of chill, kind of hang out, do some running around.
やっぱりだ。こっちの方からリムの匂いがするぞ。チョッパーが言うなら間違いないわね。
I never realized how much stuff there was explained about this game. Long Ring, Long Island. The Return of Foxy. Time to enter the cube. And with us entering the cube, we also gain some more of our strength, so we do get some more abilities. Welcome to Alabasta. Hey Stripe, thanks for the good luck. So the big thing with like re-entering the memories is not everything is like an exact one-to-one of the events that occurred, because obviously the Straw Hats themselves have their like they are who they are now, and they remember elements of what happened while they're here, and the people around them see them as they were at the original time. So while they look like they're new world selves and their time skip versions, the people in Alabasta will view them as they did when they first visited. Here we're just gathering some information from a bunch of people around town, kind of get an idea of like what's going on, where what's happening with Crocodile, like what's Baroque Works doing. Everything is different because Zora has shit memory. I mean, there might be some validity to that. Here we've got 3 people we have to talk to. Yeah, so like in this case, for instance, Robin's with us, but obviously when we were first in Alabasta, Robin was an enemy at that time. And for those of you who are familiar with the show, as we all know, what does that mean? Because we're back in Alabasta, we get to see an old friend that we haven't seen since Water 7. The Going Merry. Our old original ship. So originally we were wanting to take the ship, but the Marines are kind of covering the area. So we realized that we're going to have to travel by land. Instead, we're going to figure out what's the best way to travel by foot. Also, I should probably make sure I get this menu done before I forget. So these icons with the little like red speech bubbles, those are usually referring to like people you need to interact with, but also the mini map tells you like what your story objective is, where to go for a story objective. So we're going to help this sick man. Yeah, I should probably do this menu before I forget. Alright, so we need... And then... So in Chapter 2, there are a lot of technique-based enemies. So Nami and Usopp actually end up being some of the big all-stars for this chapter, especially Usopp. So what we do in that menu there is we give Zoro, we move Zoro's cubes to a slightly stronger move, Tiger Trap, over Onigiri, so he'll do a lot more damage with that ability. And then we take the 2 attack accessory items we have on Luffy and Zoro, and we move them to Usopp and Nami. And that's because, as you would expect, Luffy and Zoro natively have much higher base attack stats over Nami and Usopp would, you know, the weakest trio as they call them. And so we rather give Nami and Usopp a slight boost in attack power here to help them get closer to where Zoro and Luffy are. And yes, you can respec. So the good news is with the cubes, because you learn a lot of abilities and sometimes you need 6 cubes, 3 cubes, you can respec whenever you want. It costs you nothing. There's no downside to it. But of course, like, you know, you need at least 3 cubes to use it. And then here, we're going to have probably one of the most awkward and weirdest choices of a boss battle. This enemy is insanely tanky. Like, this was one of the weirdest things when I played this casually that I came across. Like, this enemy has so much HP for something this early. Like for how tanky this enemy is and the amount of experience that we yield from this fight, it baffles me at how long it like takes to actually take this guy down. Now we're gonna have Nami steal at least one time. So because of our much lower level, we aren't dealing as much damage as, you know, we traditionally would. So we, you know, just continue to do this fight the way I normally do it. But we are going to basically get the enemy stuck in a loop of unconsciousness. So Usopp's rubber band of doom can cause a enemy to faint. So when an enemy faints, it allows them, basically allows us to get them to skip their turn until they become reconscious. So he's regained conscious, which means I'm going to have Usopp do his thing and hope we get him stuck in a conscious loop where and there it is, he's fainted again. But yeah, like I said, this enemy a bit on the tankier side. I'm also preserving EP where I can, just because Luffy just doesn't do a ton of damage because of the type difference. This is really Usopp's battle to shine. And from there, we'll do this just to make sure we kill. But then, like, you see how much, but then we get like 260 experience. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like that is such a like just a weird occurrence. That would be like maybe one like other slight complaint is that some of the like XP balance for like which enemy, like how much XP certain enemies give you, it's a little off at times. Like the enemy feels like a boss, but it gives you like less experience than a random encounter in the previous dungeon gives you. It was definitely one of the like weirder choices that was probably made by Bandai, or I guess not Bandai, it's Ilka, I think it's, or Ilka is how you say the name of the company. They're the same people who worked on the Diamond and Pearl remakes, as well as they helped in the production of Dragon Quest XI. So we've got the medicine back. We're gonna give it to the shop owner here, who's gonna give us what we need to give us the stomach medicine we need to heal that one guy who's got the gate keys. Basically, the reason why we're helping that guy is because the gate is locked. He has the keys, and we get the keys back from him once we kind of help his stomach issues. Good old Soget King. People say Vivi would have been the best side character to become a Straw Hat. Oh yeah, we all know Soget King should be a Straw Hat. But you know, we can't have two snipers, and Usopp's already kind of filled that role. Even if, you know, Soget King's a better sniper. Alright, so now for us to travel, we're going to want to collect some food and water. It's also the game's way of kind of teaching us about like cooking items. But first, we're going to have a little bit of a detour to the shop here. This game does have a interesting mechanic where when there's text at the bottom of the screen like that, I can't interact with people. So I can't actually talk to the shopkeeper until Nami and Lim are done talking to each other. And then from there, we're going to jump in here. We're going to get 6 of these. And then we're going to actually get 10 of these. Reason being is these are materials used for crafting. So we're going to need the generic perfumes for making our exhaust balls. And then we're going to need the corn stalks to make our bronze bat soups, which are going to kind of carry a lot of the AoE healing for this chapter. Until our boy Chopper here starts learning bigger heal effects for wider areas. Right now he can only heal one person at a time. Sometimes we need to heal a little more. Yeah, this is where, you know, we want to get some food, so we're, you know, gonna cook something. This guy's like, I want you to cook your best dish. Make a scorpion and clam soup. And so here is where the game gives you the tutorial on rare ingredients using Sanji's eye. So the game has me play Sanji. If you're running around Sanji, you'll see these blue icons on the ground. Or you'll see Sanji sometimes in the bottom right corner. He might make a remark, just randomly say, oh, that's an interesting ingredient or something. So yeah, this is just, you know, more of the game doing more of the tutorials and just teaching us more about how to play it or how to utilize certain mechanics. So now what we need to do is we actually need to go collect a scorpion leg so we can make a scorpion and clam soup. And so to do that, we actually have to run all the way over here. Kingdom Hearts 3 ingredient solver again. Luckily, it's not that bad. So there are a lot of ingredients that you can buy. And thankfully for trophy-wise, you only have to make each dish like one time. It was not that hard. Playing the game casually, I basically was able to make everything from just exploring all areas as one would in most RPG games, but thankfully it's not as extensive as Kingdom Hearts' ingredients are. There's not as many many things to make, and they're a lot easier to make. Because there's a lot of because I mean, I'm not really picking them up here in the speedrun per se, but there's a lot of shiny things on the ground. There's barrels to break. There's things to break. Like there's a lot of opportunities to find things to pick up and get. And some of them, and a lot of the chests are guaranteed items, so you get them prepared away. But we're gonna fight the scorpion. We're actually gonna do a back attack to try and get the first turn crit. There we go. We get the first turn critical. So we actually are going to use Nami, Thunderbolt Tempo, everyone, since they're mostly technique types. So that's just gonna help with the damage output. We're actually going to also at some point take our boy Sanji out. We want Usopp instead. Make sure Usopp's got TP for the upcoming big fight. So no dramatic there, which is fine. I seem to have gotten oh my god, where am I going? There we go. We got discombobulated. Yes, they all have different flavors of stuff to pick up. So this is a battle that we're just going to fight in hopes of a dramatic. So we didn't get a dramatic event this time. So game's still being a little bit light on the dramatic occurrences. So it's cool. It's cool. We see how it is. Also did the wrong ability. Had to do the AoE move. Take them out. Now, dramatic events can happen in the middle of the fight too, so it is something where even if you don't get it at the start of the fight, you could still get it partway into the fight. But we did not get one in that fight, and then we are going to pick up these 3 items here. Then we're going to head back and make some soup. I just think it's funny that the first time I get my 0 dramatic events Thunderhead ruins would be in like a marathon run of this game, because I've done 9 runs of the full game and about 3 runs of Crocodile percent, and I've never had 0 dramatic events in that dungeon. Yeah, speaking of that, so fun fact, chapter 2 actually gets us through the first like 3 hours of the run, believe it or not. Chapter 2 is just insanely long compared to the rest of the game, for whatever reason. So we do have a speedrun category that is actually just, it's in the individual leaderboards category, but it is just to beat Crocodile. It's basically a speedrun to beat Crocodile, so it's like a 3-ish hour run ultimately for anybody who wants something a little bit shorter. Here we're going to craft our soup because we have to get story. We're going to make as many bronze bat soups as we can. That's all RNG based on the amount of wings we got from all the bats we fought. And then we're going to make 6 exhaust balls with the other stuff we picked up. But yeah, the amount of bronze bat soups that we get are just dependent on the RNG drops of bat wings from the enemies we've been fighting. Does Crocodile have any chance against posts? It's because we've been Metroid, man. We got Samus. We don't have all of our abilities. We basically don't have access to any move that we wouldn't have at this point. So like Luffy doesn't have access to Gear 2 at this time. Or it would probably make Crocodile a lot easier. Plus, and we'll talk about when we fight Crocodile, the game does incorporate a bit of an element to, I guess we'll call them story bosses. No, the Crocodile finisher was Gum Gum Storm. Gum Gum Storm is what he beats Crocodile with.
ここって私たちがレインディナーズにいた頃の世界よね。
We got a phony in chat.
ひょっとして
I'm just kidding.
ビビって今
レインディナーズの近くにいるかもしれないわね。
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Storm is Gatling.
あなたたちの
Gatling side. It's
知り合いがそこにい
basically
るかもしれない
Gatling sideways, you know, because he throws himself through the air.
あの場所キャンプができい
Yeah, but the game also. I mean, you've played the game Motor. I mean, the game incorporates like
海賊とは
some of their like personal selves have also been nerfed with the whole
よ
like
し
element to it. Because like Luffy didn't even know how to use his Gum rocket move until we got that first cube. He was like, how do I do this ability again? Or how do I do this thing again? So here, what ends up happening is this guy tells us how, oh, you need a bird to get through the ravine. This is the game's way of kind of incorporating how side quests might work in this game. But thankfully, even though this game has so many walls and prevents you from doing so much stuff that isn't related to the story, it does not force me to actually complete this mission. So as long as I know the path, which is the same every time, we can bypass needing to get the bird.
いないけど進んで
We
い
go
る
to the
の
right first. We are going to fight all these battles. Hope for some dramatics.
こんな奴らにやられやしね
So still no dramatics.
ゴムゴムのガトリング
I guess realistically Zoro should have been the one to take them out.
竜巻
Hey, there we go. We got a dramatic. Plant is powering up. Perfect. Now we just gotta make sure we kill him before anything bad happens. So there we go. We finally got one dramatic ability, one dramatic occurrence. Your body's been getting nerfed. I mean, that's true. All right, so we got some XP, so we're at level 12.
奴らにやられやしね
Let's see. All right, so like I did before,
やっと俺の出番か
but I need Zoro to have some TP for the next boss battle, so I don't want to get... Hey, look at that. The game's finally giving back. The game's finally giving back. Also, there's a mechanic where if your TP is maxed out, the characters will get a stat boost. Until they obviously use their TP. But they get a full stat boost when that happens.
ウソップ様の出番だ
俺の出番
So I'm gonna get a double dramatic. That's fine. Cool. So we got two dramatics. Alright. Now things are gonna start rolling.
私だってやるときはやるんだから
Hey, that's the knockback effect, where we take the damage from one enemy and transfer it to both enemies in the area.
俺が相手だ
やってやる
We're gonna hope this plant also powers up. Nope, no power up. All right, Luffy, go ahead and finish him off. All right, cool beans. Oh, I'll still take it. All right, but yeah, so we go to the right, and then we go to the left. Then we go to the middle. And then we go to the left. We're about to be coming up to one of our next boss battles.
これはちゃんと進んでいるの
ししし大丈夫だろ
あれ
And I think one thing I'm gonna do, even though I've routed this out, I'm thinking,
なんか広いとこ出
nah,
た
we'll
な
be fine. We'll be fine. I'm not gonna do it. I was thinking about taking one extra fight there. Be funny, bro.
そろそろ出口なんじゃねえか
Yeah, if only they didn't let him have a mini map. Alright, so in this game, you actually get free heals when you interact with save points, so we did that just to heal up. just to make sure we're at full HP going into this next battle, because this battle can be rough depending on what level you are getting up to this point. Because obviously the lower level you are, the more damage you'll take and the longer it takes to defeat these enemies. But this fight definitely has a bit of a wall to it depending on your luck with dramatic occurrences. So with this fight, we've got to take out 2 Sandora dragons, which are both technique types. So we're going to use the first turn where Luffy is going to use an exhaust ball, lower their guts. Fine if Luffy's bleeding, he's pretty much useless until the end. Zoro is going to use an exhaust ball on the other Sandora dragon, so that way they're 25% reduce resistance to techniques. So then we're going to have Nami nuke them with Thunderbolt Tempo. Usopp's going to hammer them. It's hammer time. Because that's going to do like 400 or so damage. It's going to be the hardest hitting move Usopp's got at the lowest TP cost to maximize just kind of turn efficiency. Luffy can just kind of basic attack in the beginning. He can pistol too if you want, but he kind of will help with healing more than anything. And then we're going to actually have Zoro and Usopp team up on 1 together to get through it quicker. We attack A first because B is going to have a dramatic one to defeat with Luffy. So we want to take down A first. So then if we get paralysis, that's nice. His HP is actually a bit low, so let's bronze bat soup, which will also give us a defense and guts boost, so we will take a little bit less damage too. So it looks like the guts ball wore off, which is fine. We only need to help us in the beginning. We'll just have Luffy, because yeah, Luffy just doesn't do a ton of damage, unfortunately, against. Plus, if he's bleeding, he loses even 20% more of it. So 1 Sandora dragon is down. Now we're going to work on the last one. Of course, you know, Luffy's in a little danger there. We're going to have him heal. Up next turn. We're going to switch to Cyclone Tempo because there's only 1 enemy now. No need to utilize... we're actually going to use the Clam Suit because it's just Luffy who has all the damage on him. No need to waste a full AoE heal. Now, luckily, the enemy will space out its attack potential. So, and there it is. And also, when you get dramatic events, depending on who it's for, the character may do more damage. So, even though Luffy's kind of useless in this fight, he will technically do more damage now with his abilities. So, he is bleeding. It's not great. If he continues to bleed, it's going to make things a little bit more awkward to try and get through. All right, so we've got the... Oh, he's burned. Okay. Alright, I think it's gonna be interesting to see. So I've got an idea to try and get the dramatic. If Luffy doesn't kill him, the burn damage will. If I hit him first, so I'm gonna let him attack. He's gonna take some burn damage, which I don't think will kill him. And now Luffy should be able to kill him with bullet. And bam, let's get that XP boost. Oh, faster Shrimmer. Hey, what's up, DTG? Yeah, just like real life, man, you gotta be responsible with your TP. We got through the Sandora fight. Only about 1.5 minutes behind my PB, not counting the time we spent watching a cutscene. So even with what happened there, it didn't hurt us too much. It didn't hurt us too much. Now we've gotten to the second part of the lore behind the loading screens. It's too much to talk about One Piece. You should just go read it. All right, here we gotta fight some bandits. So for this battle, we're gonna have Nami start out doing tempo to hit all of them. We're gonna hope for some people getting paralyzed, and then we're actually gonna move Luffy in front of the 2 speed types that he's near, but we're gonna have Usopp deal with this guy because he's a technique type. Hey, Sindrina. Like I said that wrong, and I apologize. And then we're gonna Gatling these 2 speed types. Level wise, I don't know if I'm gonna kill them. Okay, so I was able to still kill them with the DPS output. And then Chopper will go ahead and attack this speed type. And we're gonna have Luffy. Actually, no, that's what we're gonna bring Zoro back in. And we're gonna let Zoro. And put Zoro in front of this power type. Yeah, there's a lot of placement managing at times for the characters. And then we'll have Luffy finish this guy off. Like I said, we want to minimize the amount of turns the enemy gets, of course. Sometimes it does require you flopping teammates around and changing their zones and moving stuff around. Time it takes Oda to draw the next zone. So now that our supplies have been stolen, we need to get back our supplies. But now we've reached the part of the run where we can finally buy accessories. We're gonna finally start trying to boost up our attack power, not just going with our raw natural talents. So coming up near the end of this desert area, there's gonna be a special type of shop called a Yoisa shop. So there's a bunch of different shops in this game. You have your normal shops, which will sell like healing items and ingredients. Then you have your like Yoisa shops. Yeah, I was saying that before, Axel. That's my only complaint with this game, is that the dash speed is just really low. But our community did make a mod for PC runners to increase your movement speed. We call it Speed Piece. It's its own category on the leaderboard, so that's definitely there if people want to run that to try and increase it. I have this on console, so I haven't experienced it firsthand myself, but we do have that for PC runners. All right, and then we're gonna buy 12 of these. We're not gonna buy 12 of these because our money was a little underhanded, which can happen depending on Nami's steal luck. So unfortunately, we are one item less than we normally would like, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Zoro's gonna get some attack power. Luffy's gonna get some attack power. Nami's gonna get some attack power, and Usopp's just gonna have to sit in the balance town for now.
Yeah.
How would I describe it? I would describe it as a mix between Persona and Fire Emblem, or Dragon Quest and Fire Emblem. Maybe is more accurate. Dragon Quest beats Fire Emblem. I've got a bunch of technique types, so can only do so much against them. Plus, we don't want to overuse our TP because we're gonna need some TP going into the next fight. So we are gonna try to make sure we utilize that as much as possible. It's turn-based RPG. Also, when you level up, you do get a free heal. Yeah, I mean, any game could have been better, of course. We did take a bunch of damage, so our HP is a bit on the lacking side, but we should be fine. In theory, we could take our first turn to kind of heal everybody up. Well, you know, he went into the kitchen and he found a thing of bleach, and you know, then he just got a job at the red light district to become the Hokage. Clearly that's what happened. Alright, so here we have a battle against a bushy banana gator. So we're gonna first spend the first turn to kind of move a few people around to utilize type differences. We're gonna put Zoro in front of the gator. We want Nami nowhere near the gator, preferably. But of course, we also don't want Usopp to die. So we actually are going to use our first turn to we're gonna roll the die a little here. We're gonna start with Thunderbolt Tempo and see what happens. It's up for you to determine. Alright. Now I think we'll go ahead just for safety's sake, we'll heal up. Oh, Usopp doesn't die on us. And then Luffy is going to try to take off some of these speed types. So that speed type's going next, so we'll have him pistol. That way he doesn't get his turn. Zoro's going to focus on the gator. Alright, then we want actually Luffy. So it's a little risky with Zoro or with Usopp being where he is, but it's fine. This will take out 2 speed types. Allow us to Tiger Trap. Zoro is just going to focus on the gator. We're gonna have, let's see, Nami doesn't have the TP to do another tempo, so she'll just kill the technique type. We're gonna take a hit from here. Usopp, just go ahead and finish that guy out, so you have less turns. Of course, let's see. All right, Luffy's going to deal with the last speed type. That way Nami doesn't have to deal with it. Then we're gonna go ahead and exhaust ball this gator. Zoro will do more damage. Nami can just basic attack. No point in doing much else. Same thing with Usopp. They can just basic attack. It's because they're deep. That might also happen, but it's fine. If anything, it just means less turns to have to deal with if she's not needing them. Yeah, this game is GP only. Alright, gator down. Yeah, until we get to a certain part in the run, like, we have to be very thoughtful and mindful of like how our attacks are being utilized. So this is the part of the game where it teaches us about what I like to call Nami money. So if you're running around with Nami, you have an ability to possibly see money on the ground, and that will help with some of the money routing in this game. But you have to be controlling her to pick up said money and stuff. Alright, so here we're gonna take off all of Luffy's gear, we're gonna take off all of Nami's gear, because we're about to learn about a thing called frayed memories, and we're only gonna be using certain straw hats, so we gotta make sure they have Nami money, not Nani money. The what money? Yare yare dase. Jotaro. Yo. Yeah, I think they had the right idea for like the gameplay mechanics, but I think Axel was trying to explain like a way they could have utilized it better. Like, yeah, there's probably definitely better ways to incorporate like more variety and more like thoughtfulness to like the strats and stuff. But hey, if anything, maybe it's popular enough they'll make another one and improve upon that stuff. Alright. Hey, we got a dramatic, but only these 3 will get it. But you know what? If they're a little bit stronger, I'll take it. Alright, so we gotta make sure we take these guys out. We're gonna Exploding Star, which will near kill most of them. Of course, our boy here is almost. I am, of course, you know, worried about. Actually, that's bad. Because if Usopp dies, we won't get the dramatic occurrence. No! That was the worst thing that could have happened. Damn it. I really wanted that dramatic occurrence. I'll get one on. I'll get this one. That's kind of funny, actually. Let's see. Definitely a very weird occurrence, but it's fine. Man, this has been the weirdest battle with all my characters that I think I've come across. That was weird. That was a weird fight for me. I've never seen that happen. I'm trying to think, is there a save point nearby? Because everyone is like basically dead. I saw him played World Seeker. Alright, well, this, like I said, this is interesting because I don't think I've had an incident where everyone died in the same vein, like everything went down. Here we have to find a flower. It's always going to be at this point. Obviously, I should probably heal, so we are going to have to use this to heal up everybody. Also, I might be missing parts of chat just because of the kind of focus that comes with aspects of this run. I do apologize if I kind of go MIA or miss things being discussed. Oh, perfect. Like the game's really trying to give me dramatics now. Or not, because I keep... Oh my god. This is so weird. One Piece is only the prologue for Two Piece. Well, unfortunately, we had the opportunities to make Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper a lot stronger. Though, realistically, the amount of XP I was going to earn, as you saw, there wasn't going to be a ton. I'll say that right now. Yeah, so these are like special memories that allow us to unlock what are called bond moves. They're basically just team-up attacks between several Straw Hats, usually. And so this is the game kind of introducing this side system mechanic to it. So this one's required because of the like story reasoning for it, but the rest of it is not, or it's not required. All right. So from here, Usopp's going to do his Usopp Hammer. You just want to make sure Chopper is not in front of the Sandora Dragon. And we're going to actually have Chopper do one of these. And do a good chunk of damage. And this may kill, may not kill. Okay, so it's a little bit off from kill. That's fine. We'll just arm point with Chopper. This should kill. And the battle's over. Yeah, don't you go around hitting dragons with hammers? I go around hitting dragons with hammers. All right. The one thing we're going to do is we're going to complete an objective. So one thing I didn't really touch on because we literally only do it one time in the speedrun is sometimes you'll see it says objective complete at the top there. That just means you completed some internal objective and then you get like items and stuff from it. And so we do only that one to get an attack item because it's just, you know, it takes like a few seconds and it helps out with some of the DPS because accessories are pretty light this early in the run. Depends on the dragon. When it comes to dragons, everything is the scale. Oh my god, Rain, your people. Your people of puns are all here.
大丈夫かリム。この辺で一回休んでくか。平気。
Alright, so we're going to continue our trek through. Basically, we're continuing our trek through Alabasta to get to basically the Anohana and like where Vivi is, and we gotta get the rain dinners. Gotta get the crocodile's hideout. We're gonna come this way so we can just grapple directly up here. Kind of the same idea. Who needs to climb all the way to the top when Luffy can just, rocket us up there? Here's a kind of another story enforced party system, which is fine. We're going to take this opportunity to do a little bit of cooking for some attack boost items just to help on some of the upcoming boss fights. So we're going to make basically as many of these, which is anywhere from 2 to 3, and then 1 herb grilled bobo bird. I picked up the bobo bird breast. Puns are just short for punishment. I could see that. I can see that. Here we're forced into a counter against a Jura bird. Basically, we can't step on these bones or it's going to make us fight. So we're going to dodge all of them after this one forced fight. So this fight we have to do, but then the rest we can avoid. On my PB, I accidentally stepped on a pair of bones and had to fight an extra encounter, which made me sad. Get Usopp back in here. We don't want to overuse too much TP with the others. We use just their cheapest moves, since Luffy will do most of the damage in that fight. And already up to this point, we're not even level 15 yet. This is going to be a wild ride. I want to avoid the bone piles, or it will force an encounter, which, like I said, did actually happen in my PB. My most recent PB for this run. Yo! Dragon Quest 11 mod looks really good. I know, right? Now we've made it to the Great Sandy Desert. Here to clean out your shoes. No Peronin. I'm glad my impersonation of her laugh was enough to let you know who I was impersonating. We're gonna grab the chest there, then we're gonna grapple down instead of taking the long way, and we're just gonna run all the way to the end of the desert. I'm glad Caesar Clown's not in this game, because I don't know if I could handle a ton of Yeah, like I said, this area's just got a bunch of running around to it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It feels like when they were developing this game, they tried to do so much with chapter 2 to make it feel like this grand adventure that either they like ran out of budget or they like completely pivoted, because then like the rest of the chapters are nowhere near as long in the same scope as this chapter is. That's why I like it. So like prospectively, my PB, or just to give you a comparison what I mean by that, my PB is 5 hours 48 minutes. And chapter 2 is about 3 hours 12 minutes. It's about just over 3 hours to get through the first 2 chapters of this run. Now, I mean, part of that does come from the fact that after chapter 2, which we'll see we'll see later. So after chapter 2, Robin gets an ability called fusing, and it's basically where we can take a bunch of accessories, fuse them onto each other, and boost their like stats based on the amount of slots they have open. So we will abuse that for the remainder of the chapters to do so much damage that most fights end within like 2 turns, like 1 to 3 turns depending on the fight. But we don't have access to it until after this chapter, so I think that's part of what causes this chapter to be so much longer. That and access to money too, because like we just don't have as much money. Why you see me picking up like random chests of 10k and whatnot. Yeah, so we want Luffy to be here so he can take out the group. He may not kill them because of the difference in levels. Actually, we're gonna have our girl Nami here do this for some paralysis. So now I got paralyzed, that's fine. Do, like I said, some basic attacks just to build some TP up. Probably made more sense to have Zoro actually do the attack, but it's fine. So we've gotten our wallet back. It's funny, I realized that gator boss we fought, I called it a bushy banana gator. That actually was just the banana gator. The bushy banana gator is the next boss. Yeah, continuing our trek to rain dinners. Those blue icons on the mini-map, if anyone's paying attention, those are side quests. So if you were playing this game casually and stuff, then, you know, you just like, oh, hey, there's a side quest here. There's actually, it's kind of cool. There's a string of side quests that are basically quizzes, and it's basically about like One Piece lore in a way. Usually about the memory you're in, though, so it's not like you're answering questions about like an arc that the game doesn't cover or anything, you know? We're gonna go ahead and take a free heal here just to be safe. And yeah, so there's like, I forgot how many, there's like 4 of those quests. Yeah, it's just cool little quiz game side quest. You have to do it if you're a trophy hunter though, because one, you have to do all the side stories, good old Yakuza system there, but also because once you do all the quizzes, you get access to a key that opens these locked chests that you might find while playing the game casually. We're just running through the cave here, basically just, you know, getting to where the end of the cave is for story purposes, dodging all encounters along the way. Biggest reason is because the party bonus is only for 10 encounters, and it does count if I get an encounter and I flee from it. It does take away 1 from that number. So we, you know, unless we're fighting the enemy with a purpose, we just are dodging those encounters. Alright, it's time to fight us an unripe gator. Alright, so for this fight, I like to actually have Usopp do this because it can make the gator hallucinate, which will make him miss his attacks or not actually land. So it just kind of helps mitigate some of the damage that we're going to get. And then we're going to throw an exhaust ball just so we can do more damage to get through the fight quicker. And then from there, yeah, we just kind of wail on it. So Zoro's going to use his strongest moves because it's a power type, so we want him to hurt him as much as we can. The same thing with Luffy. especially because Luffy's next, because the next battle is going to be against a tech type, and Luffy does, like, you know, as we know, crap damage against tech types. So, and then Usopp and Nami will just do basic attacks, because they're going to need to build TP up for other needs later. Here we'll have him just build some TP. But yeah, making the Gator hallucinate, as you saw, I've dodged like 2 attacks, so I've been able to mitigate some of the damage output, thankfully. And this should kill. Yep, down goes the Gator. Yay, the Gator's down. Oh wait, a bigger Gator is gonna show up now. The same thing Luffy's just gonna do is bullet move. Basically, he's just gonna help where he can with DPS. Usopp is gonna be the main damage dealer here with Usopp Hammer because it's a tech type. Zoro, actually, we're gonna take Nami out, or Chopper. Chopper, I'm gonna have this turn heal Luffy because you know, don't want to, you know, Luffy. I want Luffy to die, and Zoro's actually gonna use this bond move to help with some of the damage output. We'll just basic attack because we have no TP. Depending on the like damage like Luffy takes, Chopper can also help with the bond move. Because characters who are involved in the bond move can each use the bond move as long as you have the ability to use it. But I'm having Zoro do it because of the type disadvantage against Zoro. So Zoro won't do a ton of damage. Well, he'll have neutral damage output, ultimately. We're gonna do it one more time. And Usopp Hammer, if it crits, it will probably kill, but it didn't. So thankfully, Luffy should be able to kill on his first turn. Almost like we somewhat calculated all this, or not, because we underdamaged, and he's gonna die from bleed damage. Never mind, no dramatic. Fine. So that does happen. There are a lot of damage rolls, unfortunately, with that type disadvantage. So I guess realistically, I should have had Chopper do a basic attack. But that's just one of the elements to this run. Sometimes you have to weigh your options. Do I risk attacking and not killing him, or do I risk attacking him, not killing him, and then something else killing him? Hey, no, sir, thanks for the belated good luck. So in the cutscene that just played that we skipped, basically Luffy beats up the Gator and he causes a cave-in and ruins our pathway out of the cave to get to rain dinners. So now we've got to regroup and think of a different plan. So we decided to use the crab movers to get across the oasis, or the desert, to Crocodile's hideout.
よし、竜佐のところに向かうぞ。
待て待て、おめえが仕切るとたどり着かねえ。
んだとこら、クソコック。
喧嘩してないで行くわよ。オアシスから南東の竜佐の機種に向かいましょう。
竜佐を越えりゃ次はいよいよレインベースか。
ええ、そしてカジノレインディナーズに行けばクロコダイルがいるはずよ。
よし、待ってろよワニ。
バカ野郎、その前にビビちゃんの安全を確認するのが先だろ。
So I'm glad to see, even with how our dramatic occurrences have been going this run, the time difference to my PB isn't actually too bad, because my PB is against a 1 dramatic Underhead Ruins. So while the fights are not as they're not as quick as they can be at higher levels, you know, it at least shows that the run should be finishable no matter what, you know, at the end of the day, and it's not that reliant on it. Because I'm still working on improving this route even more so than what I've already done with it. So there's still a lot of time save left on the table that I'm finding. Yeah, we're gonna switch to Nami here because there are 2 Nami monies, or Nani monies, however my voice is coming across the microphone. If you're hearing either me saying what money or whatever Nami translates to. Yeah, so we swapped the Nami here so we can pick up some money. Funny little effect where her hair gets like stuck. For whatever reason that happens in that cutscene. I don't really know why, but it happens. It's kind of a little funny. So here we see our good old friend Kwaru. He just translates to Nami. I think that's true. I don't think it actually means anything. Or wave. Yeah, it might mean wave. I thought it was something related to water. Alright, so then here we need to take off the gear that Nami's using. And then Sanji's gonna need some gear. And then Luffy is gonna need some gear. Also mean tier. That's cool. I know that. My Japanese is pretty lacking. No bits and pieces, but for the most part, I don't know a ton. Alright, so we're gonna swap these 2 because of the typing. And so Luffy can bullet the speed type. At a higher level, he would of course one-shot him. And look at that 1 HP warrior. So on my stream, we call that the 1 HP warrior, y'all. You'll hear me say that a lot because there are just a lot of fights where I do just enough damage to leave the boss at probably less than like 20 HP. Which, you know, makes me sad in some cases because it's wasted time. But yeah, we get a lot of 1 HP warriors in this run. And now we're about to fight, as one of my regular viewers who's in chat will say, Bret Hart's bodyguards. The reason why we have Sanji here is because we get a dramatic against one of the pandas for Sanji. But we're going to start with a Gum Gum bullet to kill the middle guy. Zoro's going to do 3,000 worlds because they're both power types. So he's going to do the most damage. Help take them out of commission. Panda A, if beat with Sanji, will give us more experience. So we're actually going to take Usopp out for Sanji. Sanji is going to work on Panda A. He'll kill him his next turn, essentially. Chopper will deal with the other panda. Yeah, so Sanji kills Panda A, give us that dramatic experience. Then we'll have Zoro kill the other panda because of the type difference. Alright, gets us through that fight. Vivi Chuan! Nami Chuan! Now it's time for us to get the hell out of Dodge. Now it's time to head to the capital, Alubarna. Oh, in true, you know, One Piece anime fashion, Lim hates pirates, which is why she took away our powers, or took away our strength. But she's with us on this journey, and she, you know, she sees, you know, how we are, what we're really like, because she, you know, views some of our actual memories from the occurrences. Because one cool little thing that this game does do, so as you complete certain story objectives, if you go into the objectives menu where you can complete the objective, you actually unlock videos. You basically unlock like video recaps of the arc and the stuff that had happened in the animes, the anime/manga's plot of it. Yeah, no quackpots, no jackpots, no casino time. No Granny Apple 2 steps. I don't know what that means and why I said it. But the next handful of battles, we have chances to get random dramatics from some of the enemies. So we're gonna hope we get some of those, because if we get like one of them, that should help offset some of the difference in XP we've earned so far. Some Magikarp jump. I know, right? What kind of Dragon Quest game doesn't let you gamble? It's almost like it's not a Dragon Quest game. What am I playing? What is this game? Alright, so we're gonna switch to Nami again, because we want some money. And this pickup is 130,000. It's a little bit more than we've been getting, so it's definitely worth picking up. Make sure we get that. And then we're actually gonna go over here because we want to get Shaka's necklace because it's an attack boosting item, and all the attack boosting items that we can find that are not too far away are definitely going to be worth helping get through the rest of this chapter. Hoping for real poker. What about blackjack and hookers? Alright, so now we aren't going to need Sanji for a bit. We're going to need Nami to come back in and help us out. So we're actually going to take off all the stuff Sanji's using. And then we're going to go to Nami. We're going to wreck Nami's attack. And then I'm going to forget to do partial mini, but that's fine. And we're going to do that. I should probably reword how I have that in my notes. At quack boosts. There's so many duck puns in chat all of a sudden. They'd have to change the rating, and probably. Yeah, so now we're gonna try and really quacks you up. Well, that's just quacktastic, isn't it? Really footing the bill there. Alright, so here we're gonna run into some fake Marines who are actually Baroque work agents. So we're gonna have to deal with them. And as traditional as it is, we're gonna have good old Nami start us out with a Thunderbolt tempo to nuke them. Okay, and then Luffy will take care of the speed type. Because again, we are going to want to get some TP out of this fight where we can. To maximize it, Usopp will deal with the fake agent over there, so he doesn't get a turn. Like I said, we're trying to maximize turn reductions for these enemies, so they don't get to take as many turns. The less turns they get, the better off things will be. No, Baroque Works is this arc. That bleed damage really hurt me there. Yeah, this arc is Baroque Works. Yeah, camo. I don't think I get that. That joke's throwing me. I love a good yoke. Now, so Baroque Works is the name of Crocodile's organization that is doing all the stuff that they're doing here in Alabasta. Right, we are the skip time models, but the people in this memory see us as the original version. So we're visiting, for anyone who might be joining or didn't catch the beginning of this, because we've been in this chapter a long time. We are visiting a memory of ours, of our time here in Alabasta. And, right, so it's because we've lost our powers, and for us to regain our powers, we have to essentially go into our memories and, you know, accomplish something in our, basically recreate what happened in our memories, and it will allow us to regain the strength that we lost. And so we are basically doing Alabasta again, but not a 1-to-1, because there's some stuff that ends up changing or doesn't happen the exact same way, but ultimately it's the same kind of output. Yeah, so yeah, exactly, we know how to defeat him. Alright, so we're gonna make sure, let's see, I need Zoro to actually be on the top group, and then we want Nami to actually be on the bottom group. Alright, and so Nami's gonna, of course, start us out with a Thunderbolt tempo here. We're gonna ideally do it twice, which will utilize the most damage. Luffy's gonna Gatling these two, which should kill them. Oh, we got crit, so we definitely killed him with that. Zoro will do 3,000 worlds, which will take out 2 of the enemies, or in this case, only one of them, but that can't happen, but it's fine. It's just the difference in levels. Usopp will do his AoE move to hit all of them, because there's a bunch of technique types there. And next turn, hey, give us that dramatic, baby. Alright, we got a dramatic popping off. Because Nami here is going to nuke some people. This will probably kill most of them at this point. Or, in this case, all of them. Damn. There we go. 32,000 experience. I think we've got ourselves back up to where we want to be for XP, or for our levels. Well, so that game does exist though. They're called Pirate Warriors, Malso. Pirate Warriors 4, I mean, mind you, like it does shorten some of the arcs to only like a map or 2, but Pirate Warriors 3 and 4 would cover that for you. Probably 3 more than 4 if I recall. And those are the Muso games. Unless you just don't really like Muso games, then. I mean, you don't necessarily need them all. I mean, you could, unless you really want to do expanded battles for some of the earlier chapters, you could just probably play 3 or 4. All right, so this is one random encounter. This is a pure RNG thing we do here. Basically, we're gonna hope the alligator is gonna do a dramatic after its first action. And if it doesn't, we actually run from the fight. So he didn't do a dramatic, so we're actually going to flee. So that's just one like random thing we try to do in the battle. So if we get the dramatic on the gator, we'll get like 200,000 experience, some insane amount. Hey, Brainbug. Thanks for the good luck. Another round of fake guys. As always, Nami's going to start off with a tempo, nuke the field, and then from there we're basically just going to melee attack for the rest of the fight to build up some TP for our next battle. Our next battle is going to be a familiar face you might know. Usopp would have been the smarter choice for that fight, but it's fine. Yeah. I am a little worried about her HP, so just for the sake of... That's right, you guessed it. It's Sonic, but it's Sonic disguised as Smoker into Shigi. Alright, so for this, the first turn is we do need to move some people around. So we want Zoro to be in front of Smoker, and we want Usopp to be in front of Shigi, and then we want Nami ideally to be away from everybody. So yep, this is what we want to look at. We're going to start with Thunderbolt tempo. Zoro basically focuses on Smoker because he's a power type, so he'll do Tiger Trap as much as he can. Luffy will Gatling these two speed types just to reduce the amount of turns we have to sit through. It also depends on the turn order because they could have had one of them had their turn by now. Thankfully that missed, and Usopp is going to hammer Tashigi because she's a tech type, so he'll do the most damage against her. And then Nami, you know, can't do her Thunderbolt tempo a second time, but that's fine. There's only 3 enemies on screen. A little bit more because there's the random guy with Smoker. So focus on Tashigi. We're still going to focus on Smoker. Not worry about the Sailor. And we'll have Luffy take care of this Sailor. Now, when you defeat all the random enemies, Smoker does get an attack boost. And when Tashigi goes down, he gets another attack boost. But we're not too worried about that. He can get all the attack boosts he wants at the end of the day. It don't mean nothing. And we're gonna have, actually, it's fine. Now Luffy's gonna do more damage. We're gonna let Nami here heal up the party because everyone's been taking a lot of hits. Shigi should be down next turn. We're actually going to go ahead and buff up Zoro a little bit more, so we can do a little bit more damage. This should take down Tashigi. The infamous attack ineffective. It's finally happened. So one mechanic we can talk about, because you'll see plenty of it, is basically boss characters have a 15% chance to dodge your attack. Okay, 15% chance. Oh, that's not good. I didn't expect Luffy to hit him with a crit, man. That's not great, actually. Zoro will kill unless he does something else, and I don't have a way to stop that. I really, with the way things have been going, I definitely want the bonus XP here. And she'll just have to do this. You can use Haki, but like the Haki works a little different. I guess just to ensure that I don't miss the attack, we'll do this. So you could dodge it. Alright. We took a little bit of a time loss there to get through the fight. Like I said, we kind of needed the extra experience of how the rest of the run has been going, so we just wanted to make sure we got it. Normally, I don't usually do that. I just kind of take the hit. But I just wanted to be a little safe this time for the marathon. Yeah, so I was starting to explain. So, boss battle. So, boss battles, the characters have a 15% chance to dodge your character's attack. Up to 3 times max in a fight. So they can only dodge you up to 3 times in a fight, and after that they can't dodge you anymore. But obviously it means you lose the TP, you don't deal the damage, it can cause problems. Recently I found out, and as of right now I believe this is accurate, I tested it for like a good 40 minutes and it never did anything elsewise. But if I use a bond move, the bond move does not the bond move cannot. Alright, I'm messing up my inputs here. The bond move cannot actually be dodged. So if you use the bond move, you can guarantee that you're going to get the hit. Which for some fights, it'll be super helpful to make them safe. Open world ARPG with traversal between islands. I mean, that would be really dope. Alright, so as always, Nami's going to start us off with a big old boom. And we're actually going to put Zoro here for the moment. Let him do this. Kill them. Or kill a few of them. Actually gonna put Luffy here over the chopper. Luffy take care of these guys. And I believe this should kill this group. Oh. And I'm gonna actually have Nami kill this so she gets some TP back. She's gonna need TP for the next couple of fights. I'm trying to read Axel's thing. Obviously, original moves. Anybody pick one or more pass and also chance to buy celebrity locations. I mean, that'd be pretty wild. Pretty wild of a game. I mean, I'd play it. So you actually can use color of observation hockey. That's what this is. All it does is it allows you to identify if an enemy on the screen is going to give you bonus. If the enemy on the screen is going to give you more experience than a normal fight. I don't really use it in the run because one, after chapter 2, we don't fight random battles anymore. Like this is the only part of the run where there were random fights happening, just to help with levels and getting through some of the other fights. Alright, now we're gonna have ourselves a little bit of a rematch from some of the random fights some of the random enemies we've been dealing with. Right, so we want to make sure that Nami is not in front of any of the pandas, and ideally neither is our boy Usopp there, because the pandas are power types, and it would really hurt them. So same thing as always, Nami's going to start us off with the Thunderbolt tempo. Should take out 2 of the enemies, which we want to see. And then from there, we just need to work on the other guys. So Luffy's going to focus on the speed type. Zoro's going to focus on the panda. Usopp will rubber band this guy because it can cause him to faint and keep Usopp from getting his crap kicked in. Kind of like that, which you'd want to see. So Nami doesn't have the TP, of course, to do another move. I also definitely attacked the wrong person, so this should be interesting. We'll go ahead and Gatling, just so we can get some damage on the panda. I put Nami in the wrong spot, so Nami should definitely not be where she is. This is another fight where there is a chance to get a dramatic occurrence from some of these enemies. They decide to power up. Like that. Though the panda powering up it's kind of iffy because yeah, that's gonna, especially if, okay, I was gonna say, is like, especially if you're gonna force it that way. I was like, doesn't even give me an opportunity. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna, well, that's not fair. So that was just really unlucky turn order. I didn't even have an opportunity to try and like one-shot the panda or kill the panda for that dramatic occurrence. So 'tis what it is. All right, so we're gonna swap these two so we can match them up properly to their typings. That's fine. If character dies, it just means I don't have to worry about their turn. It saves on turn order. And Zoro can just go crazy with TP because this is the last fight we use Zoro and Usopp in. Go. Alright, so we're going to take these two out. And then we're going to take off their accessories. Do back and back. Because for the rest of the chapter, because we are getting close. Also, I'm an idiot. I said the first 3 hours was chapter 2. The first 2 hours. Apparently I can't do math to save my life. I don't know why I said it was the first 3 hours. My bad. All right. Chapter 2 is the first 2 hours of the run, which is still pretty close to half the run at the end of it. But we are getting close to the end of chapter 2. But yeah, for the rest of the fights that we have to do in this chapter, they're all speed types for the most part. So Zoro would not be needed too much, and Chopper and Sanji are all power types, which will make them stronger against the speed type. So we're gonna do a quick heal just to be safe, because it's time to fight another fan favorite One Piece character you might be very familiar with. Know how the pandas ended up doing this job? Because they're Baroque. Oh my god. Good old Bang-chan. I'm not talking about the double fried Korean fried chicken. Alright, so we don't want Nami to be with Bon Clay, because she'll get her crap kicked in, but same thing. We're going to start off with Thunderbolt Tempo, because we got to try and get all these minions out of here as soon as possible. Shouldn't carry. Good old Arabesque. Getting my inputs here. Alright, and so we'll go ahead and take out. Might kill the two Gatling, the two technique types, but I think I needed to be slightly higher level for that. Luffy over here taking the blunt of everything. Alright, so Nami's gonna go ahead and finish off everybody else. Now we can focus purely on Bon Clay. Heal up Luffy some, get him out of that bleed damage. Just for whatever reason, Bon Clay can cause bleed. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and exhaust ball on Clay. Make sure Luffy doesn't die. Yeah, I guess it's just very sharp on his beak. Yeah, the Arabesque is rough. Hey, let's get that crit up in here. Now Sanji's gonna do more damage. Go ahead and have Chopper help out a little bit and get through this fight. Talk about 1 HP warrior. That would be kind of cool. Jim Carrey played Bon Clay. No, Mr. One. Yeah, I mean that's the one kind of drawback, of course, is that there's a lot of the like other characters. They definitely don't bring all the characters back. So like, you know, we don't see Mr. One, we don't see Miss Double Sunday. Like we don't really see any of the Baroque Works members outside of like Crocodile and Mr. Two. Carrie playing Frankie.
あれが総裁殿。
ああ、あの柱がいっぱいあるとこだ。
I mean, I can definitely see that. Wait, what am I doing? Oh my god. Got them jukes, man. I got them jukes. Alright, into the mausoleum. It's time to put a cap on chapter 2 here. Fight the big bad voodoo daddy himself. Oh, yeah, the dodging. I know, right? What's up, Sharky? Eminem playing a Neil. Oh my god.
この
Nell or whatever.
ねえ、そこら中にある変わった像は何？アラバスタでは神聖な生き物。怪獣、海猫よ。
Yeah, Sharky, we be trying to dodge things the same way, man. We be trying to dodge things the same way in this game.
お、扉が開いた。
足元の石板がスイッチだったみたいね。
向こう側で火が上がったな。
ししし、行ってみるか。
Is this the Florida simulator, or did I miss that part? Talking about crocodile? I feel like I'm.
通路と階段が出てきたぞ。
Help me out here. I feel like I'm missing part of the joke.
どういう仕組みなの？
Oh yes, yes you did. We have defeated the Gators. We have fought all of the story. Well, yeah, we have fought all the story required Gators. We got lizards coming up. We've got a couple lizards. Not at the moment. We're going to be fighting a crocodile. We will be fighting a crocodile very soon. Also, how are the sound levels, everybody? I know earlier there was some concern about the audio being a little bit on the low side. I know we haven't really been watching cutscenes, but hopefully the audio levels have been fine so far. Thank you for the Galar Sharky. Here we are in this mausoleum. Basically, we need to open a door by finding a couple switches to activate a platform. We can get to the door on the other side. So we got to step on these basically like icon switches that are on the ground. You just have to step on them. There's not like a puzzle with like a specific order to step on them. Worry about, but this is currently the most efficient route that I'm familiar with getting through these, because you step on the one, you go down here, you step on this one, and then we go back up and step on the next two, and they're all kind of like on like a semi-straight line from each other. Like this is the only one that's like kind of out of the way because it's on a lower platform. Yeah, we go up here, run this way, next one's on the middle here. So you're doing a big old loop around the area. Those metal crates that you see, like the one in the background there, only Zoro can break those open.
Oh, なんか反応したぞ。この図柄って。
You do have to switch to Zoro to break those crates. Grab the Usopp fragment. Since we pick up exactly 3 Usopp fragments before the end of this chapter, which is not required but super helpful in terms of DPS output for a fight we'll talk about later.
どうやら合ってたみてえだな。
ししし。よし、行くぞ。
Yeah, so we're gonna go and we're gonna open the door here, but before we go and open the key, we're gonna actually take a slight detour because we want more attack power, and what better way to get more attack power than to find more accessories? You beat Foxy yet? Not yet. Nah, we haven't beat Foxy yet.
扉の鍵があるとしたらあの中に。
Inside this chest is actually a Mr. One's Theory. I'm probably saying that wrong, so I do apologize, but basically this is an attack accessory, so we're going to pick that up. And then Nami is not going to be super useful in this fight, or well, how would I do that? She won't. But anyway, we take Nami's gear off, we give Luffy gear, and then we give Nami whatever's left. Because for this fight, Crocodile is a speed type, and so between Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper, they are all going to be a type advantage against Crocodile. But of course, we want Luffy to do the most damage, because Luffy is going to be the one who gets a dramatic win out of it. Aori. Aori.
おい、妙な連中がわらわら現れやがったぞ。
バロックワークスのエージェントたちだわ。私たちがここへ来たことにクロコダイルが気づいたみたいだね。
Now we're gonna head all the way back to the beginning. Now we can open the door and get to Crocodile. Dodging that's a little bit on the tight side because the enemy can kind of catch up to you from the turn. Time for the big bad voodoo daddy of chapter 2. Quick little heal to be safe. Mostly because I didn't pay attention if I leveled up for the free heal in the previous fight. Alright, let's fight some Crocodile. Ugiwara. Alright, so this fight forces Usopp and Zoro into your party, so that's why I didn't swap anybody around. But I am going to spend the first moment basically taking them out. And then from there, we are going to make it happen. Things rolling. I don't want to overspend TP. There's one of our attack dodges, so that's one. 1 out of 3. He's got 2 more dodges in him. He's feeling that way. So I can help supplement some. Plus, honestly, if I can get her to bait out, if I can get Luffy's mom. Oh no, not the internet memes. Right, we get some crits in there. We get some crits in there. That's nice. That's nice. Like I said, so we can try and bait out a dodge if possible. Of course, he keeps doing it when Luffy attacks. We love to see it, right? Ah, damn, Sanji's got no TP. Let's see. Just for damage and being safe, we're gonna heal up. Okay, so Crocodile's got one more opportunity to dodge an attack if he wants to be spicy about it. Glad he didn't do it that time. Chopper will finish the fight. Yeah! took down Crocodile. What a chump. Or so we thought. So what the game does is basically the memory goes haywire, and so Crocodile is now empowered, and so he's actually a lot stronger now. So we have to fight him a second time because something happened in the memory, it went a little haywire, and so Crocodile has like gained additional power now. That wasn't great. That was probably the worst outcome we could have experienced, but what we experienced. So we're gonna make it work as best as we can. Yes, we will watch the cutscene after this. Gotta make sure I can actually survive this fight. Crocodile's being a little spicy currently. I am going to because I do kind of, well, I don't want to risk Chopper dying the minute I heal him. All right, so that's, I actually don't know if that's the first dodge or the second dodge. And let's see. So we're actually going to, I'm going to go ahead and Mirage Luffy. Oh yeah, it's really, the Symphony thing is really good. Damn, he's out of PP. Crocodile's being a little bit of a punk ass. I mean, this is so risky. Do this. Chop Z. Okay. Ooh. Damn, he really lost his damage output. So, not the cleanest of fights. Sometimes it can happen. It kind of depends on the RNG luck of the moves he does. Him starting with Erosion Cycle was not the best starting move I could have asked for, but it's all RNG. Also, the bleed damage isn't helping. That's fine, as long as it's not Luffy getting hit with that. That may have been the second out of 3. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and Mirage Luffy. That way he won't take damage on the next attack. And Crocodile, or the next time Crocodile hits him. And might be it. There we go. Woo. Crocodile was being a little janky at first there. Alright, but I will go ahead and let you all watch the cutscene. Wano fights are pretty good. So it was definitely a dicier Crocodile fight, but that's honestly because we just didn't get a lot of dramatic battles to be at a higher level than we could be. KO. And with that, we learn Gum Gum's story. It's not how it was animated in the anime. You're correct, because this is a different occurrence of that. But hey, we are finally through the biggest hurdle of the run, which is getting through chapter 2. Because now, when we get out of here, we're gonna have access to using items, and we're gonna now start to overload our characters with attack power boosting items. First things first, we're gonna buy some fish. We need 6 of these sandy shells. The reason being is because there is an item that we're gonna cook in chapter 8. This is how much pre-gaming we're doing at this point. We're collecting items: ogre onions, sandy shells, and eventually some spicy urchins, and then eventually some dressed shrimps. But we're basically collecting ingredients to make a very powerful attack item we'll talk about more in chapter 8/9. But now we are basically searching Alubarna for the rest of our crew, so we just gotta find everybody, and then we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna be saying bye-bye to Alabasta. 5 minutes. You'll see what I mean by that.
Oh, ゾックとチョッパーだ。迎えに来たのか。
More attack power. You'll see. We'll do some pretty ridiculous damage.
ずいぶん変わったわね。街の雰囲気。最初に来た時と。
そうだな。
Oh man. Apparently, Apparently this Thursday, Tony going to show off 20 minutes of Final Fantasy 16 gameplay. Yeah, we pick up those ogre onions for basically the same reason that we bought those sandy shells. It's because we need ogre onions. We need at least 6. I did pick up 2 extra by accident that I have routed out, but I just, forgot I had routed it out. Force of habit kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. They can't kill me if I kill them first. So that's our 3rd Usopp fragment. It's going to be very important in an upcoming fight here. Because what is arguably... If RNG really doesn't like you, it is arguably the riskiest fight and the highest risk of a game over coming up here soon. There's a reason for that too, but we'll get into it. For something I routed out recently is there's 2 Nami money pickup points of about 45,000. I just passed one of them, and then there's one up here near the story point. I did some math. I don't actually need that money, so I've decided to, not pick that up. So we've taken that out of the route. In true Straw Hat fashion, we have ourselves a party before we get off the island.
今回メリー号は菜の花にあるはずよ。
よし、菜の花に向かおう。しまった。
どうしたルフィ？
弁当忘れた。
後で作ってやる。まずは菜の花に急ぐぞ。
So one thing that we haven't had access to at this point, well, sorry, we do have access to it, but we haven't utilized it yet, is there is a fast travel system. Yoisa, basically they're handled by Yoisa signs, so we've passed a few of them. If you don't know what they are or what to look for, then you wouldn't know. But there is fast traveling. I mean, of course, it is designated fast traveling. Like, you can only fast travel to like specific places where these signs are. Whenever you finish like chapters like this, they'll unlock all the points even if you didn't unlock them. So at least in you know, case where like if I didn't find the fast travel points or something, then you know, next time I come back I'll have them. But that sign right there is one of those fast travel points. But, you know, we utilize them where we can. The game, I assume it's the game's attempt to be very cinematic. There are times where you feel like I should be able to fast travel. I'm just running to this part of the map. Why can't I fast travel? And the assumption I have is because the game just really wants you to hear the dialogue between characters that is happening as you run and stuff like that. And so there'll be times where, you know, you as a viewer might be thinking, it's like, oh, well, why doesn't he just fast travel back to that area? Well, it's probably because the game isn't going to let me, and so I don't do it. Things Luffy loves: overthrowing corporate oppressive governments and meats. Well, I mean, if you factor in... Yeah, no, it's true. He does... How many times did they do that? Four times they do that, probably. So at the end of every kind of like, every time you get cubes, you get new abilities, and sometimes you get more accessory slots and things like that. So this is the case where we have not only learned some new abilities, but we've also gained some accessory slots on select characters, because there's a finite amount of accessory slots you can acquire. But we are now in chapter 3. Yes, this is a 9-chapter game, and we just got to chapter 3. Don't worry. The chapters going forward go a lot quicker in some places. But this is where the game teaches you about fusing. So when you fuse an accessory, it has to have an open slot, and can't have like only certain things can fuse into certain things. And then whenever you fuse something, there is a chance that the item you fuse will get a boost of stats added to it. So there's like, so here, that was a mid-tier boost, so that's good because it's all RNG. That's a base level boost, so no added attack to it. So we got one mid-tier boost. That's a massive boost right there. That's the boost you want to see. That's the double boost. All right, got another mid-tier boost. This is already looking great. This is another like RNG factor to the run. Because obviously, you know, the more you get of that, the more attack power you'll get, and you know, the more it helps you. That's just another RNG part to the run. I haven't had a situation yet, because I've had some runs where I've gotten the good news is, even though I said it's an RNG part of the run, it's not a type of RNG that is going to like make or break the run, where it's like, oh, if I didn't get, at least as of right now, like I haven't had a run yet where I had like really bad stat boosts. Like I got only like base boosts. Basically it was just whatever the basic stat was, and that was added onto the item, and then it like made my run like dead or die or not great. So I have had some runs where I've gotten very few increased boosts from the fusing and was still able to PB. So currently I haven't seen a situation where it's like, if I don't have X attack power, then I'm going to X lose amount of time. I love the dialogue for this thing. You need 4 pairs of hands to operate this thing together. That's impossible. Beauty of Robin. Robin up in there using all the hands. Got all the hands. But here we are. We have unlocked access to the next ruins, the next Colossus ruin. So it's kind of like this game's version of a Zelda system, where, you know, we're going to different elemental-based temples. So this is the dust ruins. So here we go. We have our first instance of fast travel. One of the rare times I can actually use it to get to a story point. Let's do some menuing. So we're going to swap these two. We're going to reset worlds. Or sorry, put it on worlds after we reset. And then we're going to take off Nami and Sanji and Chopper's here. We're going to do Luffy. We're going to do Usopp. Then Zoro. Then Robin gets balance. All right, so we go into the dust ruins and we're like, well, crap, how the hell do we get across this giant sand pit? So we find out from Lynn that she can transport things in cubes from other places. So we decide to come back to Alabasta to find one of the crabs. One of the little crab movers. So we're going to basically head over to where the big old crab guy is, and see if we can get him to come along with us. One thing that happened there, and I'm glad it worked out this time, is as I said before, when there's dialogue across the bottom of the screen, next time it happens, I'll point out. I feel like it should happen maybe soon. But if there's dialogue across like a text bar across the bottom of the screen, you can't open the menu. And so normally after that cutscene, Chopper and Luffy talk a little bit, and I'm kind of stuck there. But if you mash the start button or the menu button, there's a chance you can open it quick enough. I haven't found the sweet spot to like make it consistent to always get it, but maybe I'm just like really bad at mashing, which is probably accurate. I'm not a very good masher. God forbid if I ever run one of the older Final Fantasies that doesn't allow turbo. Alright, so we can't take the big guy, so instead we're going to head back to the mausoleum, where if you were playing casually and you were exploring more, you would have came across a smaller crab, a smaller giant crab, that was hanging out kind of like on the bottom level of part of the dungeon. But unfortunately, the Kung Fu Dugongs want to join us, or they want to test our strength, so we're going to be thrown into a couple one-on-one fights here. So Luffy's going to have a one-on-one fight, but Luffy's really powerful, and he's basically going to, you know, wreck this Dugong like it's nothing. So we're going to do a jet pistol. And then we're just going to basic attack. Luckily, Luffy is the same type as the Kung Fu Dugong. But now we're going to get into a fight that leads to my earlier comment. So now we're going to fight another one, but Usopp has to fight him. The problem is this. Usopp is weak against the Dugong because he's a power type and he's a speed type. So what we have to actually hope for to get through this fight is we need to hope for a rubber band of doom to knock the Dugong unconscious. Because if he doesn't, then we might be screwed. Alright, so we've got him unconscious, and it looks like, alright, we got a second turn of unconscious, so we'll just do a basic attack for quicker turn order. He's still unconscious. This is good. This is good. Keep it up. Keep it up. Alright, now he's regained conscious. We're gonna do rubber band of doom again. Alright, he's fainted again. This is good. This is good. Gotta do rubber band of doom again. And we should be okay. Perfect. Okay. Woo! I think one of may have been my first run or my second run. I actually ended up dying. I messed up on a menu, and I didn't get the feint. And Usopp actually got unconscious himself from the Dugong. So the Dugong actually can do moves to like knock you unconscious, and unfortunately that happened to Usopp, and he basically got wrecked. So that caused the game over because there's nobody else in the party. So if Usopp died there, that would have been a game over. Yeah, that can be a dicey battle if the status ailment just doesn't land. Yep, we gotta now take on one more little group here of Dugong. And then, so Luffy's in front of the eye patch one. Apparently, Nami was put back in the party. And we're going to use Delphin to knock... So this move will knock enemies to a different area. So we're going to do that to knock them away. And thankfully, they landed in Luffy's area. Because now Luffy is going to Jet Whip and really knock the heck out of all these people. And because that Dugong's not dead yet, we're going to get a dramatic chance. So Luffy's going to get that next turn. We're going to Dragon Twister to wreck these guys. And then we'll just melee attack with Usopp for some TP because he's going to need it later. We're not going to do an AoE here, but Ended up kind of getting a sort of AoE-esque type thing there. Because I want Robin to get a basic attack off. I need Robin to get a little bit of TP for the next fight she's in. So I do want to have her finish the fight. There we go. Actually, last 4 hours of progress boost up. Did you not have an autosave? Because the game does autosave. Oh,
菜の花に急ぐなら良いさを呼ぶ手もあるけどどうする？そういえば港のそばにも例の
I made a mistake. I made sure I limited my glass bottle in the shape of the water bottle. Did not have one. Interesting. I wonder why not. So that was another example of where I couldn't. I wanted to teleport, but I couldn't until they finished their little dialogue exchange. But yeah, that's unfortunate to hear there, Chrono. It definitely, I think it blindsided a few people, but yeah, that's weird because I have definitely like quit out of that fight because after Luffy, you may have just missed it then because I have practiced parts of that fight and I've loaded an autosave and the autosave happens after Luffy wins his fight. So when Luffy beats up the Dugong, it makes an autosave. Weird that there wasn't one on your end. I don't know, unless it came in one of the many like this game's had like 4 patches, but it has not changed any element of my run. Never got back to the game after that. Yeah, it'd be worth a check. It would be worth a check. Yeah, if you're not sure. The autosave would be at the very top if you have it. It would be at the very top of your like resume adventure tab. I mean, like I said, you know, this game's had a few patches. I don't know, maybe it depends on when you did it. Maybe there was a patch that made more autosaves happen at certain points. Would be my best guess about it. Alright, we've entered the Dust Ruins. So this is kind of our next little dungeon here as we aim to get our next big memory cube so we can continue to not only to regain our powers essentially and our memories and be able to go on our, you know, continue on our adventure. The game doesn't explicitly say, I mean, I'm guessing it must be after Dressrosa because of the memory system, but it doesn't explicitly say if it's like, is this during Whole Cake Island? Is it after Zoe? Is it before Zoe? Is it after Whole Cake Island but before Wano? Like, where in theory would this fit? Okay, here we basically just kind of see like, oh, what's this contraption? What's going on here? And then we get this cutscene where like, oh, looks like we need 2 objects to put into the pedestal here so we can maybe continue on. So now we have to basically visit these 2 side rooms and basically do things to acquire some items to help us get essentially like the keys or the gate keys to like get through. The classic old light mirror puzzle. Basically gotta shine the light into specific doors to open them. Like this one, little reflected light. Everyone's favorite type of puzzle in their games. So we have to activate this contraption because this is going to reactivate the center pedestal in the main room. A reason for that is because to basically solve all the puzzles or to kind of get through this dungeon, we essentially need to flip the area on its side. Awesome, nice. I'm glad to hear. I was thinking about it after you said that. And I was like, wait, I've definitely practiced that fight. by quitting to title screen and loading an autosave because there's no other save that's close by.
何があるのか楽しみだな。
So this one's fun. So recently I discovered a time save that I didn't know existed. So normally what I would do is I'd run in this room, and then after this cutscene I'd run on the entire pathway until I got to the end, and there's a dead end, and it's like, oh crap, we can't do anything here. Let's turn back around. I found out that I didn't actually have to go to the very end there. I can literally just turn right around and leave. Now that we've done all that, we're going to go ahead and flip the room on its side. And then we're going to actually go back the way we came, but for the upside down part of it.
クソマリモは黙ってな。こっちは
So now everything's flipped upside down. We can just run through and switch back to Luffy. Didn't really matter when I did that, but eventually I would need to. And then we're gonna hug the wall here. So unlike most enemies, when they notice you, they kind of come after you and chase you. These enemies that are running around in the sand, they're actually programmed to just run in a pattern, a very specific pattern. So as long as I hug the left wall, I will not run into any of them and deal with like an encounter or anything like that. Now I do have to engage this one, but we don't actually have to fight it. So we just start the battle and run away, and enemy disappears. Because you don't really get much experience, so it's really pointless to waste time fighting that encounter. I've even fought that encounter where I got one of those like first turn dramatics, and the amount of XP is still just nothing, so it's just not worth it. So we just flee from there. So here, story-wise, is actually where we learn Audio has a devil fruit, because it's the first time we see him talk about his ability as a devil fruit and confirm that. So Audio has the grab devil fruit. So he basically can make these like giant spherical like hands appear out of nowhere, and he can like grab things with them and like do other stuff, but like that's the name of the devil fruit. It's the grab. We go ahead and just do a quick heal up from the previous fights. Not that we took much damage, but the next battle can get a little dicey, little dicey if we're not careful. While we won't be fighting any more gators, we've got some lizards on the table to deal with. So normally if you're playing this casually and kind of exploring, let's say you don't, you probably won't flip this room right away. You'll find that like you do the light puzzle, and one of the mirrors is buried in the sand. And so because it's buried in the sand, you're not able to turn the mirror properly. And so that's why we have to come here when the room's flipped. Now thankfully, because of Luffy's range, you can actually do all the mirror puzzle now here versus like do part of it and then like come here and do the rest of it. We turn that one twice. When you hear that little sound effect, that indicates that the light is reflecting off of it, so you can stop. That first one's 2, the second one's 1. It opens up this door, which leads us to our essentially next boss. But instead of running all the way back, we're gonna go ahead and fast travel all the way back to the main entrance. Because it's not a straight path back to the door. There's like I have to like run around like a wall and a couple other places. So this basically just gets me right to the main room, and it saves me having to watch the cutscene of the room flipping back in place. So saves a little bit of time there from having to do that. We do that twice. Yeah, we should probably do this menu, the procrastinate from it. Alright, so we're going to take off Luffy's gear because Usopp will be the star of this battle. So we want Usopp to have as much DPS as he can going into this next fight, because this boss is going to be a technique type. And with the gear Luffy has on him, Usopp should do like around 2,000, give or take. let's party. Alright, so we want Usopp to be in front of the dragon, ideally. Let's see. Alright, so we're going to have Robin and Zoro deal with... no fainting. That's unfortunate. So everyone's going to try to take out the dugongs while Usopp works on the giant lizard. Want to make sure we do hammer, not rubber band. Look at that, almost 3,000 damage. Love to see it. We're going to go ahead and jet whip the dugongs because, like I said, we want to get them out as quickly as we can. Here we see him do Tempesta, which is an AoE mass move that will hit everybody. So it does help with killing the enemies. This should kill the dugongs. Perfect. We'll just have Luffy do a basic attack. He has the TP. Volcano Shout isn't great, but it didn't kill Usopp, thankfully. And then pretty much just have Robin not do that because... I mean, Robin doesn't have a ton of... Wow. Between not having to run that whole direction and some of the strat changes, I just saved 2 minutes over my PB. Alright, well, I'm gonna love doing that on my next non-cutscene plane run, where I just do the run and skip all the cutscenes. Be a nice little time save for that run. Alright, we've taken out the volcano dragon. Now we're gonna basically head to the end of the dungeon, but we're gonna do one more menu. So Usopp isn't gonna be much use at this point. Oops, sorry, wrong thing, but that's fine. So we take off Usopp's gear. We don't really need him anymore. We're gonna add attack to Luffy, attack to Zoro, and then Chopper is gonna get the... Yeah, at this point, Usopp's just not quite needed. And it's fine too, because next chapter, we're actually not gonna have Usopp for most of it. And it's easier to take your gear off while the person is in your party than take the gear off while they're not in your party. Because what happens there is when they're not in your party, you can't go to them and just simply remove all their gear. You have to like go to each item individually, put it on another character. It's very awkward. My first couple runs, I had forgotten that Usopp leaves the party, and so he had gear on him that I needed off of him, and so it just made for very awkward menuing. So yeah, so we want Usopp out because after we get out of here and go to the next chapter, we're not going to see him or really use him for a huge chunk of the following, or actually really any of the chapter. Like he's just not used at all. All right, so we're gonna fight ourselves some monkeys. And from here, like, yeah, we're gonna work on this. So we're gonna Delphin these guys away. That way they go to a different quadrant. We're gonna actually have Luffy move to the one that's by himself. The only way to do that when there's somebody in your zone is to use a bond move, which we did there. We're gonna have Chopper monster pointed up. So sponsor point is gonna do some crazy ass damage. Okay, maybe not that crazy, but he will hit a lot harder. So Luffy being confused was not great. It's the price he paid going the monster point. Yes. Thank you, Luffy. As long as nobody goes to the same quadrant as Luffy, we're okay. So if a character is confused, I'm glad you can at least remove it, even if it's an awkward way to do it.
さてどうしこう
Yeah, as long as nobody goes into the same quadrant as Luffy, he won't, as far as I know, he won't attack them. He'll only attack the Kong, but he may miss his attack if he's confused. Thankfully, you know, still killing the enemy. Actually, our boy Chopper there got knocked out of commission. Continues to get knocked out of commission. And there's Luffy attacking us. Bad things are happening. Bad things are happening. Oh, man. That's fine. Yeah, that's the only drawback to having, like, you have to find that balance of Chopper is like, do I have him go monster point and run the risk of status ailments, or do I have him stay normal and then he can just deal with the status ailments? Oh yeah, that stuff's rough, man, when that happens. All right, we're gonna do a quick free heal because there was some jank. So there was a lot of confusion, a lot of unconsciousness. There was just a lot that went down in that fight. It's time to take out our next Colossus. Alright. So, just like most battles, there's going to be some RNG aspect to this fight. So, depending on what he does his first turn, it's going to be very interesting. We're going to have Nami just simply start with a Mirage on Luffy just to kind of help. And we're going to be happy that that's what we got. I'll have Zoro do a bond move. Yeah, they're the hands. So this is part of his devil fruit. So this is like a defensive shield thing he does. He spams it, so unfortunately it's a lot of like wasted time on animation, which kind of sucks, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see, we're gonna have Chopper actually heal Zoro. And damn, it's the move you don't want to see. Zoro's dead. So is Nami. That's like the one move you don't want to see, because it's one of his, like, it's his mass AoE move. I mean, if we can keep Luffy healed up, we should be fine. Yeah, it's the mass AoE move, crushing Soul King, not great when that happens. And then he did this. Chopper might be dead. Okay, Chopper barely got out. I'm gonna have to heal. We're gonna need to use some bronze batsuit. We do unfortunately have bleed damage, which kind of sucks, but I can't do much to control that right now. Yeah, Audio basically just spams this move for some reason. Attack Audio. You can attack Audio. That's more preferred. I guess what I can do, just in case I get it would bleed again. I think bosses. Does it stack? Oh god, he's doing this move again. It stacks, but I believe it has to come from different sources. So stat boosts do stack in this game, but I believe with my experimentation, you have to do it from other sources. So, like, let's say, okay, he uses Grande, it gives me a defense boost, and then I use Bronze Bat Soup, that gives me a defense boost. That will stack. But like, where if he just keeps spamming Grande, it doesn't get to a situation where it equals 100%, and now like I take like no damage, or I take a very little amount of damage. But like I know for like attack stuff, like you can stack. So sometimes like the stacking we do utilize a bit for some of the stuff late game when we get access to critical rate up items. Because what we end up doing is we end up adding critical rate boost and stack with the camping bonus. It actually makes it so every attack from that character ends up being a critical hit, and so they end up doing a much higher amount of damage. So yeah, there are things that stack, but as far as I can tell, they have to come from other sources. They can't be the same ability used over and over and over again. I could be wrong. I don't read, like, I can't read game code, so maybe it is a thing, but I personally haven't noticed like where like because there'll be fights where like, you know, I use Bronze Bat Soup several times to heal, and that's like 10%. I think it's like a 10% defense boost. It's like 10, 20. I don't necessarily notice the damage I'm taking going down substantially, you know, in theory by like the third or fourth soup, but I guess it depends because they only last 3 turns. I'm not exactly sure how much boost audio gives you ultimately. But all right, we have finished chapter 3. It's time to go back into the memories. Which place are we going to visit now? Water 7, because the game literally says it on the screen. All right, y'all, it's time to return to Ennie's lobby in Water 7. Damn, you game spoiling where we're going. I mean, I think the cutscenes would have revealed it too, because I think they had a discussion, and Lim was like, "What's Water 7?" or something like that. Yeah, so Usopp leaves your party, and he basically doesn't come back to your party until like the end. Can Frankie come? No, Frankie story-wise is still dealing with Frankie is still fixing the 1000 Sunny. And Brooke still doesn't have his body. Game skipping Skypiea. I mean, have you... I don't know, man. I mean, they might be skipping Skypiea, but have you seen that DLC trailer? Now we're gonna do a bit of running around Water 7 for the, you know, the story plot. So the DLC just says very soon. So yes, for those who didn't know, I crap you not, this was literally last Wednesday. Hey, look, it's Aokiji's bike. So last week, so I usually do speed runs of this game every Wednesday on, you know, my channel. So of course, if you want to see me do a run where, you know, we don't watch cutscenes and I'm trying to like hit PBs and stuff like that, then, you know, definitely, you know, stop by on a Wednesday. But yeah, last Wednesday, I'm in the middle of the speed run and my phone gets a notification from Twitter. It's like Piece Odyssey Return the Memories or whatever it was called DLC dropping soon. I'm like, motherfucker.
みん
Or
な綺麗ね
mother
気
guy.
に入ったすごいあれは
Mother person.
あそれって何
This is a missed opportunity for us to use past Frankie in this. Well, so we actually do though. Not to maybe preemptively spoil anything there, Shark. We do get to interact and I mean we don't get to actually control him, but past Frankie does join us for a little bit at one point. You'll see. Well, kind of. You won't really see if I play properly.
店もいくつかあるけど見ていくか
あなたたちが見たいなら
Yeah, but the DLC's dropping soon. I don't know how you feel about knowledge about the DLC, Axel. But there was a very nice surprise at the end of the trailer. At least for me. I mean, I'm very easy to please though, so you know, some people may not care, but I enjoyed what they did.
壁とか全然違うような
そうかこんなもんじゃねえか
Yeah, so we're heading here to Dock 1. I'm not easy to please. That's fair. That's fair. You may not care for the DLC then. Mother fluffer.
みんな忙しそう
Alright, so we're going to activate this Yoisa point because at the very end of this chapter, we have to come back here to have a party.
そうね
And by activating that point now, we can literally fast travel to here and save like a lot of walking. But here we are. We're in Galilaw's area. We're trying to find Lucci. As you know, at this point, Lucci is still undercover. He's not revealed that he is a CP9 agent. How do I rate this game in 8? How do I rate this game out of 10? The problem with me is like I'm not overly nitpicky to an extent. Like I can still see fault and like I can, you know, there are qualms with the game. But I would probably give it like an 8, like a 7.5 to an 8 out of 10. For my own personal feelings. It's like I enjoy the gameplay. I wish some of the like overworld content was fleshed out a bit more. Like I like the gameplay. I think the gameplay is neat. But yeah, the game might feel a little easy, especially if you abuse the accessory system and the fusing and everything. Like it might feel a little bit on the easy side. So like a slightly different balance would have been kind of neat for people who prefer a higher challenge. Yeah, you saw what was at the end of that, right? Now they've confirmed that there might be other surprises of people who weren't in the main game. So I'm curious to see who that might be. But yeah, I'd give it an 8. I'm gonna stick to the 8. It's an 8 for me. I mean, other than like maybe like post-game content being a little bit more than just like super boss battles and like side quests and stuff. You know, it's got its, you know, weaker moments, but I like the gameplay. I think it's a very, very pretty looking game.
この場所は何
I wish it had better balance for how it like handled like gameplay, because like I was talking about this before, the first 2 hours of this run was basically the first like 2.5 hours of this run was basically chapter 1 and 2, or technically 0 to chapter 2. But now you'll see that the rest of these chapters are gonna fly by a lot quickly. Like this chapter is a little bit like this chapter is a little on the long side, but it's still a lot quicker than chapter 2 was. And then even like chapter 8, which has a lot of running around, might feel a little bit on the long side. Again, it's still much shorter than chapter 2 was. But yeah, here we are in Dock 1. We go up to Granny there. Granny is having trouble at the restaurant, and so she needs her daughters. So we had to like go find daughters. And so now she'll tell us where Lucci is. Says Lucci is with Mr. Iceberg. So now we're gonna head to Iceberg's home. never finished this game, so the DLCs agrees to go back. Yeah, I'm curious to see because I'd love to incorporate DLC into the speedrun now, like once that comes out. So right now I am running the no DLC category. Eventually I will transition to the DLC category, but I'm already thinking in my mind, like, you know, how do I route like I want to look at routing like full game, like where, you know, we do the game and the DLC content in one speedrun, because the DLC is like post-game content, so it takes place like after the main story. So to be, depending on how you activate it, it might be easy to kind of route that into a run. All right, so we're gonna use the Yagaras, I think I said that right, to get to the mayor resident as quickly as possible. We are gonna do a little bit of the menu here. So our next boss battle is a technique type, so Nami is actually gonna do the most damage here. Considering we don't have Usopp, so Nami is our only speed type for any technique fights that we're gonna have. Luckily, there's not a astronomical amount of them where, you know, it becomes like a problem. But so we do a quick menu there, and then we're gonna have a party because for those who weren't here, having a party will give us a 30% boost to XP earned and a 50% chance to get a critical hit for the next 10 encounters. And so, yeah, so here we're gonna get into our next fight. It's gonna be another familiar face. You'll see him coming because he's very tall, but big bad Ice Daddy himself, Mr. Aokiji Kuzan. So this fight is technically not winnable, but you have to get him to half HP. And so with this fight, what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the power of the bond moves to do as much damage as possible. So we do about 2,269 with Nami, and then we'll have Luffy do a bond move, about 713, and then Zoro will do a bond move, and this might end the fight. And it ends the fight, and bam, like that, fight is over. And that was a new strat I came up with Monday night when I found out that bond moves can't be dodged, because I've had that fight troll me, hardcore troll me. Like there was one run where Aokiji he literally uses all of his dodges on the first 3 attacks. So the first 3 attacks from Aokiji were all dodged. And if he does Ice Age, the worst thing he can do is Ice Age. So we got even good RNG in the fight. He did a normal basic attack in that fight instead of one of his special abilities. So we got through it super quick. And so yeah, 3 bond moves, 3 of those solo use bond moves, which cannot be dodged, from Nami, Zoro, and Luffy, as you saw, ended the fight. Because Nami, with all of Luffy's gear, will do about 2.2k. I needed to do 3,895 damage, give or take maybe 10 damage to win that fight. It's essentially what happened. So now Robin has been frozen in ice, Luffy has been frozen in ice, everybody's been frozen in ice. It's hell is all broken loose here. So we're running back to the Mary because we're trying to figure out what to do. Like we're trying to save everybody. Everybody's been put on ice, told to chill out, and so we're, you know, running back to the ship, trying you know, use the water on the ship. Try and use some hot water on the ship to maybe cool the ice off of them. So that's why right now I'm only controlling Zoro and Sanji. Old moss head and curly brows. But when we get here, as you can see, the Mary has gone missing. It's like, where's Usopp? Where's the Mary? The fight was too cool for them to handle. I know, right? So we get jumped by the Frankie family. So with this fight, we're gonna have Nami do her usual thing. She's gonna start out with a Thunderbolt tempo. BFFs, pretty much. So nuked one of the guys completely, which is good if you want to see that. And then we're gonna actually swap these two because Zoro can kill both of these guys with his AoE because they're power types. And then Sanji will kill the speed type. Let Chopper just get in there in basic. Important question, favorite Straw Hat. Oh man, we doing this, huh? I'm arguably kind of a cliche in that response. It's gonna be Luffy. I'm very cliche a lot of times. I like Luffy. I also like Nico Robin. Nico Robin's actually my splits wallpaper. I don't know, it's hard to pick. I like all the Straw Hats. They're all pretty entertaining. Luffy doesn't count. Wow. I'm getting told I can't pick the main character. If there's any consolation, when I watch Naruto, I pick Kakashi. Damn, got hit with the Usopp being the worst Straw Hat. I mean, if I had to instill a no Luffy rule on what I'm picking, then it would probably be a toss up between words are hard, y'all. It would be a toss up between Zoro and Robin if I was to not pick Luffy. It would be Robin or Zoro. All right, so now Robin is kind of unconscious right now, so she's not in the party, and Luffy is still on ice. So we're trying to head to a bathhouse where there's some hot water. Now, we break that chest and get that spicy urchin, because like I said before, we're collecting a bunch of items because we're playing the long game when it comes to crafting items for this run, all right? There's a bunch of, like I said, there's a recipe that we're not gonna really have access to until chapter 8. That recipe is going to give us allow us to get a very powerful item or powerful food dish. All right, so we come here and then we're going to buy 26 of these. So basically, as the chapters go on, the Yoisas are going to sell higher gear items. So now in chapter 4. Yeah, we're in chapter 4. I keep forgetting sometimes. So now in chapter 4, we have the ability to buy an attack 154 boosting accessory. And so we buy 26 of them because when Robin comes back in the party, we're going to do a bunch of fusing and go ahead and boost that attack power even up higher. Wasting time cooking. We only cook a little bit. So we only cook 3 times in the entire run. We cook once for story reasons. We cook a second time for what's the second time we cook? We cook the second time in chapter 2 to get a couple attack boosting items, and we cook in chapter 8. Do I have a platinum trophy? I do not. I want to get the platinum trophy, but I do not. Also, Shanef, thank you for the good luck on the run. You're doing all right. I don't have the platinum trophy yet, but I'll get it because the DLC's coming out. I'll be playing, I won't be doing speedrun routing stuff. I'll work on getting, but I have most of the trophies. The only trophies I'm missing are everybody at level 70 or later, defeat all the super bosses 2 times each, build 9 Frankie bridges, and I want to say like have 30 parties. So I'm missing like 5 trophies. Like I'm missing very few trophies. I've got all the fragment ones. I've got most of the Straw Hat specific ones. All right, so do some menuing. So we swap these 2 out, and then Nami needs to remove all the accessories, and then we're gonna do some menus. So Luffy attack, Zoro attack, Nami attack, and then Chopper attack. You know, it's funny. I actually I practically got all the Yaya cubes from just exploring naturally. So that was pretty neat. I had to do very little like looking up where the rest of them were kind of stuff. The Frankie Bridge one is annoying for only because of like just finding the materials. All the Spanish Grammy. Alright, so we want to take out the speed type. Sells the technique type. A little bit of TP building. We're actually gonna have Nami kill this one. We need her to get some TP. Preferably, I want her to have about 300 TP, but it's fine. Yeah, I think I finished also at like 97, 96 or whatever. I admittedly ended up using like a guide to help me because I was like, look, I did the natural look on your own. I got 97, 96 on my own. Like, I'm gonna look up how to get the last ones. But of course, that was a trip in its own sense because it was like, well, did I get this one already? Did I not get this one already? Oh, Nami is the MVP of this chapter. I will say she does fall off a little bit in some of the later chapters, but she's the MVP of this chapter because this chapter has so many multi enemy fights in it, like where there's like 4 to like 6 or 8 enemies. So Nami is a huge MVP for this chapter. After this chapter, not as much. She ends up kind of divulging into more of a support role at that point and less of like a DPS role. That is like, if I get that fight, it is what it is, but like that fight is risky to get because like the enemy will like, you have to like land and jump. Yeah, Nami gonna be doing some, and we haven't even fused yet. Like we're using the equipment at like the bare bone version. I'm like, wait till Robin gets back in the party and we actually start fusing stuff. And depending on the RNG of the fuses, like we might get some massive attack up. Yeah, basically we're trying to find Frankie because that's where the Going Merry is. Basically Usopp and the Going Merry we're taken to Frankie's lair, Frankie's storeroom or whatever, Frankie's dock. So we're just on our way to get the Frankie's hideout. Skip that cutscene. It's fine.
すげえな。扉が開いたぞ。
スイッチの他にもこんなものまであるのか。
手が込んでるわね。
Go ahead and tussle with the man himself, the super. Alright, so Nami needs to be away from Frankie because Frankie will nuke the shit out of her. The poo out of her. So she just does that to help with some of the damage. And then we want Zoro to be dealing with a Frankie. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and Ashura. Let's see. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna want to heal up before the end of this fight. Yeah, good. The crit really helped with the TP output. Let's see. We're gonna have him use a bronze bat suit because we are gonna be thrown immediately into another fight, and if somebody doesn't level up, they won't get a free heal. So we are trying to be very mindful of the outcome there. And we got a Luffy Chopper. Okay, so at least Chopper leveled up because he had some DPS on him. But now we got to deal with Lucy.
Alright,
so the way we're going to do this is Luffy's going to be with him. So this is actually almost perfect automatic setup, except for we want to have it like this. We're going to do the bigger Nami nuke move. What's the plan to cut time? What do you mean? So it looks like Lucy did dodge one of my attacks, so that was cute. For a faster run, I mean, by utilizing, just utilizing the stuff we do in speedruns. You know, we don't fight random encounters. You know, we front load. You know, I front load attack power on my characters, so they do a lot more damage. You know, maximizing the amount of like what is it? You know, we maximize the amount of like turn order. Like we make sure the turn order goes really well as much as we can. So like, you know, we try to take out enemies that are going to take their turn, so then they don't get those turns. So there's not as much of that happening. Like, you know, right now I'm gonna have Luffy actually kill this guy because he's a speed type, so I'm using that type advantage. So, because luckily, if a character dies, it's fine because it doesn't like, it doesn't make it so they like don't get experience. So luckily, even if I like play a little risky and, you know, run the risk of somebody dying, it doesn't turn into a situation where they you know, end up being under leveled or something. Like, see, we got through the fight. Could have been a little cleaner, but we are still dealing with slightly lower level than normal because of the early game. So yeah, if I would have been probably a little bit cleaner if I had Zoro take out that power type versus only focusing on Lucci. So there's just little changes and tweaks you have to make based on what happens. Or like having Chopper go to Monster Point, because I've done that fight where I have him do Monster Point, but I felt it was a little bit on the risky side. Yeah, so Usopp's there, but in kind of a weird plot twist. Instead of Robin getting kidnapped by CP9, Frankie and Usopp, which Frankie was already kidnapped in the story, but Usopp actually gets kidnapped this time around, and so that's why we still don't have him. So he's been kidnapped. Robin is actually with us this time, so we're gonna head on over to Ennie's lobby and save our boy. Monster Point over using an Usopp ball. Can you elaborate on that? On like, I guess what you're specifically asking. You talking about like an exhaust or trick ball or something like that? Oh, saw Kaku and said Usopp. Yeah, I forgot that good old mistake in the two of them. Well, it's mostly because, I mean, I guess I have an exhaust ball, but normally I don't have any Usopp trick balls. I use up all the trick balls usually by the end of chapter 2, but the crocodile fight got so dangerous that I didn't have an opportunity without putting more risk on the fight to use an exhaust ball against Crocodile. But normally I would use that last exhaust ball that I still have on Crocodile. But yeah, because Monster Point would allow Chopper to do a lot more damage, but I needed Chopper to be on heals there. So we pick up about 400,000 on the ground with Nami, just to help supplement some of the money we just spent. Now it's time to do some menuing stuff, menuing shenanigans. So we're coming over here so we can use the fusing system, because now Robin is back with us. So we can go ahead and use some things and see what happens. So we're going to take the first two items and put attack things on them. So far, no additional boosts. And then now we're going to just fuse these on top of each other because these have one open slot and they're very small. So you can actually equip several of these at one time. And it looks like we're getting a couple medium and mass boosts, or medium and large boosts. So that's always nice because the more of those we get, the more attack power we'll have.
少しは強くなれたかしら。少しは強くなれたかしら。少しは強くなれたかしら。少しは強くなれたか
So
しら。
now we're not getting much in the way of boost, but yeah, we basically are going to fuse every one of these 154 necklaces with themselves.
少しは強くなれたかしら。
Right, and that is that. And then we're gonna have a party to re-up our 10 battle bonus. Because if I did the math, if I remember the math correctly, there are exactly I think 9 fights, maybe 10 fights from here until the end of this chapter. Not gonna menu yet, because we still we have one more attack accessory to purchase here in a little bit. So why do 2 separate menus? Because there's no mandatory fights I should be getting into between now and the shop I go to. There's our boy Iceberg. Time to get Rocket Man. Time to brave Aqua Laguna. There's like a brain fart on where the sub level 2 is, because one time I did pick sub level 1 and it's just all the time loss.
そこの扉だ。鍵は俺が持っている。倉庫はこの奥だ。まあ、しかし久しぶりにここへ来た。
Yeah, so basically we're heading to where the Rocket Man ship is, the Rocket Man train.
ここまでひどいことになる。こっちにも変なのが嫌がるし。
Jesus Christ, man, that enemy basically ran on top of me. I got real lucky. I'm lucky that once that rocket, the Gum Gum rocket initiated, the enemy collision doesn't trigger a battle. Alright, here we basically just have to talk to everybody. It's our conversation. While we wait for Iceberg to get Rocket Man all fueled up. And yes, unfortunately you do have to talk to everybody. Yeah, Soga King can help us save Usopp. Yeah, during some of the cutscenes, the game, gives you like brief recaps also of some of the stuff that happened. So we have made it to the Tower of Law. From here, we actually detoured this way for a couple reasons. One, I guess it's not really a detour because you actually have to come this way. Because there are these like giant flame-throwing things that like will literally block you from running down a certain path. And so you have to come behind them to defeat them. So coming this way does that, but we also come this way to talk to these Yoisas. So this is a very special shop here where this Yoisa sells 9 dishes of food items. So when I was routing this run and I was like trying to route in all these like pickups, like craft food items and like maximize that, I got to this point and I guess I forgot this from casual play. And I was like, oh crap, this guy just sells a bunch of stuff. I was like, why don't I just buy everything that I need? That was kind of funny. So then I routed out a lot of the like pickups I was getting for cooking. I was like, well, I mean, like 9 of these is plenty. I could make that work for the whole run. And that's what we did. All right, so Luffy attack, Zoro attack, Nami attack, and Chopper attack. Composer, thanks for the good luck. Gamburus. Now you want to see the power of Nami. You want to see the power of Nami. This is the power of Nami. Chapter 6. Yeah, so we go behind, we take out that enemy, we take out Gage, Commander Gage was who was there. We take him out, so that way the machine stops working. Now we can actually get to the intended area that we're trying to get to. Yeah, Nami's a huge component, whatever. Words are hard, y'all. Nami's a huge factor into like all these battles for a little bit here because they're all like multi-enemy battles, and her Thunderbolt tempo just really does a huge amount of damage, especially if they're technique types. The bosses in the battles are not technique types, but Zoro usually finishes those ones off, so it's fun. Nominal damage. Puns can't be stopped. Awkward camera angle. Awkward camera angle. Alright, so we switch the chopper to not only go there, but then this is the way we have to go. We have to cut through here. Little vent system. I still think it's funny that even though Chopper has to be able to go through here, everyone still comes along for the ride. It's so bizarre that Franco's made a speed character. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I thought that was weird too. You could question for my manga reading fans. Yes, I believe we are on break this week. I think there's a break. I think it's a break. Phenomenal damage. It is phenomenal damage. I would have to agree. Alright, Commodore Guard. Kind of the same strat. Nami's gonna roll up, thunderbolt everybody's face off. Let's... Oh my god. Cody, take it out. I mean, I could kind of see what's his face being a speed type. I mean, or Brook being a technique type. I could see Brook being a technique type. I can also understand why you would argue that he's a speed type because of his like running stuff. Yeah, I mean, Chopper probably would have made more sense as technical. I honestly have to assume it has to deal with game balancing, like straight up. Like I bet it was something where, because we don't get Frankie until chapter 5, they were probably like, yeah, we need to balance this on types and not give them too many speed types or some shit, some stuff. Yeah, admittedly, Zebrus, I actually brain farted about the whole like fastest straw hat thing. Yeah, I mean, that is correct. The game wants there to be 3 of each type of straw hat. That is correct. Alright, so now that we've gotten to this door to get to Ennie's, to try and get to Ennie's lobby or get further in Ennie's lobby, we need keys. So now we're gonna go find these keys. We got 1 key. Is there Senior Pink hate happening in chat? Blasphemy. We don't hate on Senior Pink. Not Frankie's bro. But yes, to Modest Shark's point, yes, the game obviously wants to balance the amount of types you have because of the combat system, if it's, you know, triangle, like rock paper scissors system. So yeah, they would have 3 of every type. Alright, so we found the first key. Luckily, this isn't like some RNG thing. They're all in like the exact same place every time. We got the first key, and now we're gonna get the second key. Honestly, I'm kind of sad you can't run around with Brooke in this game, because I was kind of hoping he would be the fastest, because I thought to myself, like, so one of the first things I thought to myself, because you could control different straw hats, is like, oh man, which straw hat's gonna run the fastest? And I did some timing. They all run the same with like a 1 second one second variance, give or take. I was just like, all right, then I'll just run with whoever I need to at the time. Yeah, you can't use Frankie and Brooke in the open world. Time to say hello to another friend, another familiar face, if you will. Our boy Kaku. Alright, so first things first, we need Robin out of there. We are gonna move Nami a little bit further away, and then Chopper is gonna start with an Aqua Cabbage Roll. An Aqua Cabbage Roll is gonna give us 300 TP and give us a 20% boost to critical hits. So we start with that. And then we're gonna have Nami do her stronger Thunderbolt move. Bam! She nuked a few people. Minimize that as much as we can. Luffy is gonna go ahead and Jet Pistol Kaku, probably knock the wind out of him. Look at that. Kaku's basically about to fall asleep. Gonna Gonna have Zoro do 108 Phoenix to kill Kaku, in theory. Now Kaku's down. That's good. Get our bonus XP. Then we're gonna go ahead and have Nami do this again and finish the fight. Alright, we took out, we defeated Usopp. Alright. Luffy could have actually killed Kaku if I did Jet Bazooka, but because I wanted the XP bonus from Zoro getting the kill, I only do Jet Pistol. Because even with a critical hit, in theory it shouldn't kill him, but that might depend on some of the RNG from the gear stuff. So now we get to play as Usopp as he's trying to escape the cell. We are actually going to avoid every encounter as best as we can. We do not need to fight anything to actually get through this little section here. So we got to do a little bit of dodging to get around that guy to make sure we don't get a fight. So we're not gonna obviously we're not gonna waste time menuing anything onto Usopp here. May have bad news for you about Sogeking. Yeah, he didn't come around this time. We did open that chest to get another aqua cabbage roll, so that does kind of replenish the one we just used. So luckily there are a couple chests that we open throughout that will give us back the aqua cabbage roll, the elephant tuna saute. Those two items we utilize to help maximize damage and everything in our fights. It's just out of frame. So if you were to actually get into a fight right now, Frankie would be what's called a guest. Oh, we planning on it. Don't get it twisted, Motor. I was planning to cut some onions on this stream. We cutting onions. Gots to, man. Gots to. You gotta at least try to watch a couple cutscenes. It's, you know, realistically, if we didn't watch any cutscenes, we would probably finish this run like an hour ahead. Means we'll use up some of that additional time. Alright, so now we are done with Usopp. So we are now back to the gang as we continue our climb to the top. Now we're just trying to get the higher ground to avoid getting, you know, caught in water. As I think about it, I might be able to route out that elephant tuna saute guess that I picked up, because I don't actually know if I end up using. That's why I said there's still a lot of rerouting and refinements I've been doing to this route. Some of which I've done during this run, believe it or not, because I rerouted it on Monday. Thankfully, even if I lingered, the game doesn't there's no time limit that's like, hey, if you don't do this quick enough, you'll die. Even if it's like perceived to be that way. Alright, we come over here and grab one more aqua cabbage roll. Two-eyed Zoro feels sold. I mean, it's been a while since that time skip. I mean, considering how long some of the arcs after the time skip, man, they got some legs on them, man. They got some legs on them. Dressrosa. Oh my God, what is happening? I've never seen that happen. I mean, Dressrosa, I think it was like 2 years. Like that arc took like 2 years. Wano was probably about the same. I feel like I was reading Wano forever. Start of the year you're born. I was 10 years old when One Piece came out. Yeah, non-mecha, yeah. I mean, he was always like partial cyborg. Dressrosa's one day. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Wano does have the like those act pages. There's a weird little spot on the ground where I can get it to let me grapple up, but it's like a very specific spot. It costs me more time if I don't somehow just get it instantaneously to like force it to happen. What?
だったら浸水の心配はもうねえぞ。
結構上まで来たな。
ああ、もう少しで外に出られるはずだ。
Yeah, Wano ended last year. So now Nami is not as needed. So we're going to wreck Chopper, wreck Sanji, and then she can just take whatever's left. Yeah, Wano's very long. All right. We're fighting, you guessed it. We fight Lucci twice. The first battle is like Aokiji. It's a non-expected to win fight at the end of the day. So we're not expected to win the fight, but we do have to get him to about half HP. So we're gonna use Monster Point because it makes Chopper a lot tankier. The bleeding's not great, of course. But you know, we make it work. And then we're gonna use one elephant tuna saute just to make sure we get some extra damage in there. And then we're gonna do some bond moves so he won't dodge us. And that should be it. He'll always be 5 years away. Now round 2, where he's got the sparkly beef up mode that they've implemented. And so we take Zoro out, and then we put Luffy in front, and we're gonna spend the first part doing a little bit of beefing up. So we're gonna do Aqua Cabbage Roll, and then we're gonna do Elephant Tuna Saute. And we're gonna bomb him. Let's see. Chopper. Chopper could have had him heal. It's fine. That's what happens. And Lucci's down.
俺だって知ってんだ。
Right. Oh. Gotta watch Luffy. I gotta watch Luffy take down Lucy. For One Piece is the friends we made along the way. Honestly, the Egghead arc is the Egghead arc is jumping around to a lot of different things happening at once. So like, yeah, like I don't like it's like tough to like put that arc somewhere. Yeah, I love the Egghead arc is really good. Hey, Jet Gatling, y'all remember when he took him down with this move? Ooh, gives me chills every time I watch it. Let's try to be mindful of manga spoilers, by the way.
まったくヒヤヒヤさせやがって。
よし、ウソップたちのところに行くぞ。
Yeah, I can't stop you, but at personal request, let's just be
あの
mindful.
時と全く同じだわ。
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying Egghead more too, but I feel like that's because Egghead feels like it's moving the story more than Wano did. Like Egghead is setting up more of what's going on in the world and like the effects of stuff that's happening. Whereas Wano was just doing the story within its own country more, like it was telling the story of them trying to help liberate Wano and defeat Kaido and stuff. But like Egghead feels like it's helping the story move more, like the end game. So now basically we're running away from all the Marines trying to attack us. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm doing it to y'all. If you don't, you should know what happens next. You should know what happens next. And I'm doing it to y'all, so if you don't want to see it, you may need to turn away. Ah man, we gotta honor it and watch it. Trigger warning, death of a loved one, yes.
ごめんね。メリー。もっとみんなを遠くまで運んであげたかった。ずっと一緒に冒険したかった。だけど僕は。
分かってる、メリー。お前は今でも俺たちの仲間だ。
僕は本当に幸せだった。今まで大切にしてくれてどうもありがとう。
ああ、見ててくれ。俺たちの冒険を。もう一度お前と旅ができてよかったよ、メリー。
Steps to the merry man. It hurts in every medium. I remember when I first played this game, the problem with speedrunning, of course, is I've done it so much that it's lost a little bit of effect, at least this version of it. If I watch the like anime version of when that moment happens, it still hits me hard. Like it just, Luffy's like whole speech about the whole thing, like, ooh. But no, I remember because I was streaming like me playing this casually. Like yeah, I bawled my eyes watching it. Yeah, Enies Lobby is my personal favorite arc of the entirety of One Piece. I love that arc so much. Yeah, that music box version of We Are is, whew. But hey, we're finishing chapter 4. Yeah, I can't watch it either without crying. I cry every time I watch it. Like any of the emotional, anytime I watch like the sad stuff in One Piece, like even if I've seen it like a million times, it still gets me like every time. I want to live. All right, so we've regained more of our abilities. We're pretty much getting back to our time skip forms. All the abilities and skills we've learned. Oh, really? Internet went away and you showed up right after the infamous Mary scene? I'm calling sus there. And so this is the part of the game where Frankie does finally join you as a playable character. I will have to say though, admittedly, I never used Frankie. Now maybe there's some untapped potential that I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, admittedly, I used Frankie in like one battle where he's required to be used, and that's like it. Damn, that's wild. Alright, so we're back on the island. We've regained more of our memories, but we're not quite there yet. We've still got 2 more Colossus, because there are 4 Colossus in total. Yeah, there are 4 Colossuses. We have taken down 2 of them. So now we are, you know, wanting to deal with the next Colossus, but we can't get there yet because of course we need Lim's help, so we're trying to go find Lim. Oh man, yeah, not the Nami Arlong thing where she's like, help me Luffy. Oof, that gets me. And then the yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, honestly, what's been interesting, I don't know if it's just the pure sense of like anime growing in popularity and like becoming, you know, arguably more recognized by even people who aren't considered like anime watchers. There's a lot of people who are like, there are a lot of people who have started to get into One Piece either because of COVID or because of, I guess, the, you know, this talk, just word of mouth. Like people are finally like giving it a shot, even though it has so many episodes and manga stuff. Alright, so now we've got ourselves, plot reasons, we've got ourselves a little bit of a detour here. Essentially, we can't continue hunting these Colossus until we can find Lim's crystal ball, because the crystal ball is a key factor into her powers. The game does not confirm that what she can do is a devil fruit, by the way, for anybody wondering. It's never really stated like why she can, like, you know, do the whole memory extraction stuff that she does and turn that stuff into cubes.
俺が話を聞いてみるよ。
You know what's funny is during COVID, I actually found myself not reading as much manga. So before COVID, I was reading upwards of like 20 different manga series, and you know, COVID happened. I was working from home. I got into speed running actually during COVID, just stuff like that. But yeah, I found that I actually ended up really falling behind hard on my manga. I've been slowly getting back to it and like focusing on certain series. Like I finished Promised Neverland, I finished Dr. Stone. I made sure I got caught up in One Piece. Like that was, you know, that one I had to be caught up on, and you know, make sure I'm reading that weekly. But yeah, I'm just working on whatever I can. I gotta get back to a few other series like My Hero, Black Clover. There's a couple new series I want to read. Like there's a new manga from the creator of Food Wars that just started this past week. It's called like Tenmaku Cinema or something. Yeah, for whatever the reason being is, you know, because the game wants to add more gameplay. Yeah, we basically are gonna run around to like a bunch of previously visited areas looking for her crystal ball, because the Oasis have like taken it. And so we went to Thunderhead Ruins. They didn't have it there. Now we're gonna go check the beach. Oshinoko. Oh, I want to check out that anime. I'm interested to check out that anime. Undead Unluck, nice. I have not started Undead Unluck. I know the anime's come in. I did watch the anime for Mashal, which I know is also a manga that started. But again, it was one of those things where like some of these manga like started during COVID, and I just wasn't really reading anything at the time. Do one thing, I'm watching an anime this season on Hulu called Tengoku Daimyo, Heavenly Delusions. It's a trip, man. I don't know what's happening for the most part, but I'm wanting to know more. I haven't seen Suzume yet, or Suzumi yet. Oh yeah, well it's because there's no like running around, so you're basically stuck in the fights until the end. But I should probably do my little menu here. So we're gonna upgrade Bazooka. We're gonna upgrade Rashomon. I really gotta fix my notes here. Sunflower, and I think Robin. Then, oh god. I really forgot my menu here. Hack. Yep, I forgot my menu. There we go. Yeah, Tengoku Daimyo. It's on Hulu. On Hulu, for those of you who maybe watch your anime from, you know, legit sources, which is fine. Do what you want to do. But if you do, Hulu is where you can watch it. Yeah, I mean, Mashal's got me intrigued. I'm curious to see where it goes. Like, the first episode just kind of set up the idea of who Mashal is and like why he is the way he is and like the general plot, but I want to see when we get into like the arc stuff and like where it goes. Yeah, I have no idea. Like Heavenly Delusions has 2 episodes. But Hulu only has it under the Japanese name, because I originally was like, oh, where is it? But yeah, it's because they only have it under the Japanese name, so you gotta look up Tengoku. But yeah, I watched it, and I'm like, this is wild. This feels like an acid trip. But I'm very interested to know what is really going on in this world, and what really is happening. Demon Slayer did also start. I have to check that out too. I've heard people describe Mashal that way. I like to also compare it to, like, you know, what if One Punch Man was set in like a world of magic? I mean, he doesn't defeat people in like one hit, but like he's overly powerful. So kind of like Asta in Black Clover, where he's just all physical strength with no magic ability. Right, so we gotta fight this big old Oisa. Oisa. This may kill. Alright, so just depended on. Alright, we want the XP. We don't really need it, but like I said, I'm just trying to offset some of the lost. Move Table's Demon Art is infinite budget. Yep, Rip Kaku. That was gonna be something like dude who just. Honestly, I did get a huge kick out of MASH, because the main character's name I think is actually just MASH, like Mash Bernadette. I think his name. I don't know where the Mashal part of the name, unless that's just like what, like his name actually is Mashal. But I think in this, I think he's actually just called Mash in the thing. I was rolling when he just slaps the magic spell away. It's phenomenal. Tried watching Black Clover, but found Asta insufferable. I will tell you this: it gets better. They dialed down. They dialed down on the arguably annoying elements of Asta. Like, he's a lot in the beginning, but they pull back on it some. They do pull back on it. There's Mash, Mashal, Kamashal. I feel like Axel's trolling me, but I don't have proof because I've never read Mashal. So you could tell me there's a character in Mashal who farts rainbows, and I might believe you. Mashal's the area version. What does that mean? You mean like what it's named in like the US? Joke is Mash names like DQ attacks. Oh yeah, because Crackle, for Fluffle. Yeah, just. Hey, look. Hey, there's a speed run happening. No, I played Dragon Quest. I should have known better. I should have known better. Alright, so now that we've got the crystal ball back and everything, it is time to visit the next set of ruins. And this is where the game teaches us about Frankie bridges. So Frankie's thing is he can build bridges if you have the materials. And the materials are usually things like junk, steel bolt, and other variations of the name bolts. Thankfully in the speedrun, like we don't make any bridge that's like an optional bridge. Now in chapter 8 though, there are like 3 required bridges to build. But that's the only other time we're gonna really build any bridges. Yes, this run just got super. I did not know Arakawa was a new manga. I'm drawing a massive blank. The name is so familiar. Yeah, it's the Full Metal Alchemist. Oh, okay. I have read the first chapter. That shit was wild. That's why I was like, I'm sitting here like, why does that name sound familiar? And I'm having trouble pinpointing. That's right. It is Hiromu. Hiromu Arakawa. Yeah, I heard about Yomi no Sugai. And I read the first chapter. I think somebody is gonna be, maybe Viz. Somebody is gonna be bringing it to America, so I'm probably gonna buy the books, or download them digitally on Shonen Jump or something. But I read the first chapter, and that shit was wild. That stuff was wild. Like I'm over here like, what the heck just went down? Alright, so here we are in the Ice Block Ruins. This is the third temple in our efforts to take out all the Colossus. This temple reminds me a lot of the Water Temple from Zelda to an extent, Ocarina of Time specifically. So basically the way it works in this temple is these contraptions will either freeze, either make the water a liquid or make the water a solid. And we use that to progress through the dungeon, essentially. So we had to freeze the water, we had to make it a solid, so it can turn into icicles that we can grapple over. Yeah, classic Zelda logic. So we freeze the water, so now we can, waterfall stops, we can grapple over here, the way we are.
気温が急激に下がったから多分それが関係しているとは思うけどその謎を解くこの上に行ってみるしかなさそうね何が待ってんのか
climbing up here. We are going to open this chest just for safety, because in this game there are no abilities that will revive a dead character. You have to use food items, and because we don't collect any ingredients to make food items, there are 3 Phoenix Downs, quote unquote, that we'll get just from playing. So you get one as like a drop from a boss battle, and then the other 2 I get from opening chests. They're there for emergency cases where I just got really bad luck with like a boss doing a specific move, and the move ended up like nuking the heck out of everybody or something. But here we're gonna find our next shop, our next upgrade for accessories. The Yoisa that we are gonna go talk to here is gonna sell us equipment items that have a 301 boost to them. But in addition to that, we're also gonna buy 2 critical hit rate items, and I'm gonna buy 13 or 14 of these. 102,000. Okay, so the money is a little bit tighter than it normally is, but that's because I've reduced some of the extra money I was picking up. It looks like I was still able to afford that, thankfully. Yeah, so we collected a bunch of upgrade items for attack boosts, so the next time we do some fusing, which will be after this chapter, so our next round of fusing. But yeah, we got the critical raid items because like I was saying earlier, I'm gonna put those on 3 of the gears, and then in addition to putting 3 of those on the gears, I'll have the party bonus from camping or having a party. And so with that, it will guarantee that each attack from whoever has, because it's going to be based on like the auto, and this is where I'm still going through and refining the route, but basically whoever gets the critical hit rate items, whether they have all 3 of them or like 1 or 2 of them, they'll have a much higher and more frequent chance to actually just crit for every hit they do, which, you know, will go a long way in making sure we deal the damage that we need to. Here we're just continuing through the dungeon, collecting keys, changing water to solid and liquid. A couple of forced fights, so like this fight is forced. Luffy almost one-shot it, which is nice, but he didn't. It's fine that he got frozen because the bird will be dead after this turn anyway. Forgot our boy Usopp there died. So he had no HP. Yeah, we gotta collect a couple color-coded keys to actually get through a few places. Wrong way. And we need to make it solid again to be able to get across the ice platform. So there's a lot to, like, casually, like, there's a lot to explore in this dungeon because of the whole, like, water level adjusting thing. So, like, adjusting the water levels up and down, because there's some chests that are, like, underwater, so you have to, like, you have to unfreeze the water, and then there are these levers. We don't push any of them for the speedrun because it's not required to progress through the map. Yeah, we don't lower any of the water in the run. But if you look at the mini map, there is like an icon with like a red dot in the center of it. Those are the levers that will, or the switches that will actually trigger the water to raise or lower, depending. And just for the sake of making sure, you know, something bad doesn't happen, because Usopp has no HP, we're gonna go ahead and do a little quick full heal there. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and do our next menu now. So we're gonna take off Luffy's, and Zoro's gear, and then Usopp is actually going to get the biggest attack. Then Luffy, then Zoro. The reason being is the Colossus this time around, when we get to him, this Colossus is a technique type. So with the current strat, the way I have it outlined was Usopp getting all the strongest gear. It should, in theory, because again, it depends on the boss's voice of attack. It should, in theory, allow us to get a basically kill the boss within like 2-ish turns, because basically 2 attacks from Usopp will nuke the hell out of him. Not quite there yet. We've got our coming up here. We've got another kind of like forced encounter because it's right in front of a chest kind of situation. Guarding the next key I need. But this is also a technique type. So again, why we have Usopp getting all the attack power, so he can do the most damage. Luffy gets his butt kicked in.
いつでもいいぞ周到流ダッシュ一部
Next chapter. Next chapter. No, you don't actually see it in this game. You don't actually like have it happen. And he's putting on his chef's hat. Alright, so we got our blue key, so now we'll be able to get to the end of the dungeon.
So yeah, かなり進んだが、巨像のとこにはまだつかねえのか。焦る。
Cut the donut lesson. Oh my god, it's wild. All right, and so this also leads me to why we only buy 2 critical rate ups, at least in the current route, because you get one for free literally in front of you. So there's no detour whatsoever to pick that up. And we actually go back this way to activate the water back to a solid. It was funny. What I was originally doing was I was doing this like weirdly convoluted process of going to the room and then having to go like all the way to the left, or going like I had to go like all the way to the right to the end of some area or something, and then that then allowed me to like access the middle platform. It was weird. It was the early parts of this area, like the early couple runs of this area were just weirdly long for no reason. Yeah, I like the English VA of Frankie. Patrick Seitz, he does Frankie really well. I really enjoy his Frankie. Alright, it's time to put somebody on ice. Hopefully not me. Hopefully it's not me getting put on ice. Alright, so here we got the next Colossus. So in true fashion of this fight, so Luffy doesn't have a whole lot he can do in this fight because of the DPS change. We're gonna Aqua Cabbage roll, get that critical boost. That's a good first turn. Love to see it. I watch both. I watch sub and dub because it depends on what I'm doing and what I have access to. So, I mean... Okay. That's 3 Colossi down. What about Cowboy Bebop? That tends to be one I hear people more like. Yeah, I want to do both. What about Cowboy Bebop? I feel like I hear more people watch that in English or have seen that in English and not Japanese. Assuming you've seen Cowboy Bebop, that is. All right, so we've got our next cube, so it's time to enter our next memory. We have the journey into the Paramount War. Before we do that, we've got some gear upgrading to do first. So the first thing we're going to do is the first 2 things are going to get the critical rate crowns. So the first 3 things. So, okay, plus 25%. Let's see. Plus 34%. You'll love to see it. And the last one.
少しは強くなれたかしら。
And then now we're going to take all the 301 attacks and fuse those onto items. Yeah, I've only ever seen like full metal in English also. And because Robin has upgraded thanks to the cubes, she can now do up to 2 additional slots depending on the item. So if the item has 3 slots, she can put 3 on there. If it has 4 slots, she can still only do 3, but we are now basically taking other pieces of equipment that we've had for a minute, and we're adding even more attack power onto them because we're going for the beefy popeefy. So we basically just combine stuff until we get down to the bushy banana gator. Stop. And that's it for that. Get our attack boost there. Bo, 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 bo. I hear a lot of people also prefer to watch ghost stories in English. I have not seen ghost stories, but I've heard the stories of it. All right, so now we gotta do menu. All right, so we're gonna take off everyone's gear but Luffy, just to make sure we utilize this organization properly, except Robin. We won't take Robin's gear off. All right, so then we go Luffy, and then we go Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Burr. One long blooper reel. That's true. So this game does tell you that it's recommended to be level 34 going into here because this chapter, like this is the entire chapter. This chapter is basically one giant boss rush mode. So it's basically like, I think it's like 8 fights in a row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 fights. There are 8 battles in a row. With no like break in between. So it's pretty cute. Oh no, the enemies are gonna kill me. Whatever shall I do? Love to see it. There we go. Now, and then like I can't pick my party for any of these, so there is like kind of like a forced crew separation. So that's why I gear a few extra people. Because everything except the last 2 fights have like a forced party. And we like to do monster point. And then new enemies appear on round 2, that's fine. Nami will nuke them as well. With everybody but Smoker. Alright, this battle's done. Now we have ourselves another like, there's like 6 or 7 like unwinnable fights. Usually against most admirals for the most part. So again, this is a fight. I don't need to win this fight. I just need to take him out. To like 50%. He needs to get to like 50% HP.
ぶちのめしてやるよ。フランキーキャノン。
That should be enough. That was enough. Alright, swap these two because Zoro's Rashomon will kill this guy. Usually kills him. Okay, still killed him. And then we're gonna have Frankie do nothing because I used up all his stuff. We're gonna have Frankie knock that guy over to the other area, but it's fine. Sanji taking all the hits, apparently. Alright, so we're gonna do coup d'event. Oh, he goes there. Then Zoro will do his AoE move. Take the rest of them out. Alright. Now for some Kizaru Aokiji shenanigans. This fight you do have to win. You get Crocodile and Jinbei helping you, so it's not just Luffy by himself. What am I doing? I can't believe that. Ooh, Crocodile getting frozen. That's not great. Alright, cool. So we took out Kizaru. Luffy cannot die, by the way. If Luffy dies, it's game over. But depending on what Aokiji does, it can be a problem. Crocodile being frozen is not great because he's the type advantage on Aokiji. That's fine. Tis fine. Jinbei. It's Ace! Ace will always start the fight with Gray Flame, Commandant, Emperor, or whatever. It doesn't kill anybody, it just gets them all basically near dead. An enemy's gonna take a turn, that enemy will potentially die from burn damage. And then I'm gonna have Nami nuke everybody to finish the fight. Craving for donuts. Hey look, it's a Kainu. Oh man. Alright, so we basically start the battle first with an Aqua Cabbage Roll. Okay, that's a good opener. If he does his mass AoE move, that's where bad stuff happens. And then more attack boost. And now I'm gonna try to knock this fool out. He steps on Lake. Hey look, he dodged our boy's attack. Oh look, the Meteor Volcano move that I really hate because it hurts so much. It hits really hard. It's a really rough move to deal with. I should have had Zoro attack next. That was dangerous. Not have Zoro go next. And this should kill. You say, cousin? Alright, so now we get to fight him again, by the way. But this is not a winnable fight. This fight will end after 3 turns, or if I kill him first. So whichever comes first, ultimately.
これもキューブの影響でも考える暇はもらえなさそうね。
力が出ねえ。
まとめてわし一人で十分じゃ。
ギアセカンドゴムゴムのジェットバズーカー。行くわよ、サイクロンテンポ。
If I can kill him first, that would be more preferred.
やらせねえ。すぐ行く。
こりゃ腕が悪い。進化しない。
As long as he does that, that's, you know, that's the good stuff.
やらせねえ。すぐ行く。財運か。
Oh, kill Luffy. That's not good. Oh, that's great, actually. All right. We're gonna play slightly riskier, apparently.
大丈夫。これでみんな直せ。
まずいわね。こいつ。
行くわよ、サイクロンテンポ。
Let's we'll kind of see what happens on his next turn.
進化しない。
やらせねえ。すぐ行く。まだまだじゃ。
なめないでね。
That was the wrong move, but if it works, it works. Oh my god, he doesn't have any.
行くぞ。アームポイント確定クラス。
Okay. So you don't actually get experience because you don't technically win that fight.
かしマジでやばかったな。
Or Ace. All right, that's chapter 6. Got 3 more to go. Time to finally get Brooke's body back.
ちゃんと力は
Yeah, her flower, or Ito, I think is the Japanese name. Alright, so we need to go find Sanji. So yeah, so we've decided that it's probably time that we finally try to find Brooke's body. Brooke's body is apparently at the bottom of the water. Oh, the Hana no Mai, sorry. Who was Ito no Mai? That's right, that was human. That's right, that was Chopper's devil fruit.
言うだけ無駄よね。
Right, so story. So we've decided that it's finally time that we save Brooke. So Brooke's body apparently is at the bottom of the water, and so we want to get there, and to get there we need help of one of Frankie's little submarine guys. But it needs cola. So we gotta find a way to make cola. So apparently Sanji went back to this cave to find some sort of bubble mushroom.
いた、サンジ君よ。
来たのか。
でもコーラなんか作ってどうすんだ？みんなで飲むのか？
なんでよ。
I mean, I feel like the game was made with love.
ブルックの
I mean, they honor a lot of the One Piece stuff to it. Yeah, so we find Sanji, and so now we're gonna go around this area collecting mushrooms.
ブルックの体を回収しに行くためでしょうが。
コーラがねえとシャークサブマージ3号
3 mushrooms, which will help us make the cola needed to make the Sark Submerged 3.
必要なのはあと3つだ。
よし。
入り口付近はもうねえから、OK 進むぞ。
There's oh no.
最初にここに来た
Grappled the wrong thing trying to go
俺
fast.
たちそういえば最初に
Yeah, I'm like waiting for like Chopper to have like some sort of like reawakening or something. I don't know. I feel like between I feel like Chopper has his moment coming. Like Chopper's got a moment coming. Well, I mean, but he was a reindeer. All right, we got the menu open quick enough to avoid dialogue from Zoro. Yeah, but like, think about it. I mean, like, Siegfried is a sword that turns into an elephant. He doesn't turn into a human.
そうか。てめえはそんなもんだろ。
なんか言ったかヘボコッケ。
あら、何かある。
Yeah, because he was a reindeer that ate the human fruit, so it lets him turn into a human. Just like, you know, Kaku turns into a giraffe and Lucci turns into a leopard. Wouldn't expect it to like make him like full human. Okay, so we kill time, you know, like we always do, have a party. Though it's not like a it's not like an in-game party. Like where it gives us the stat boost or anything. Must be like it because it sliced the fruit. Like it's the only thing I can think of. Fun free thing always. The fun free thing always threw me too.
それでは早速今はいい
Alright, I'm drawing a blank here because there's too many One Piece characters. What were the... Remind me what the other human model fruits were? I'm drawing a massive blank on what they were.
なんだよゾロひょっとして海岸になんかいるのか
さあなだがこの島だ何が起こるかわからない
Sengoku's is, I guess it is, the model Buddha. The other is spoilers. I mean, I'm caught up on the manga, so I guess it depends on... Oh, wait. Is he... oh. Never mind, I know what you mean. Alright, Red Hawk. This, in theory, should one-shot. Yeah, I completely forgot. Alright, cool. So we take down this walrus. Yeah, I just realized it. Alright, so we found Brooke. His body was inside of a giant walrus. So we take out the walrus. And then who shows up but then the final Colossus? So luckily, the last Colossus does not actually have a there is no temple, there's no dungeon for the final Colossus, because this one just roams the world. Well, this battle, you don't win. It ends after one turn, so we just basic attack of everybody. And then now Brook makes his grand debut. With Brook, we actually use him pretty much for buffing. So Brook is basically used to do attack buff. So Brook comes with New World, which is the only ability in the game that gives you an attack boost at this point, which is kind of broken. Like if we could have that like earlier, then it would be like game over, because we'd be buffing like crazy all the time.
一刀流よし出奔損
Okay, Colossus down. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of... Well, yeah, there's a lot of... The dinosaur is like main unit of people, man. I think it was a magic harp. Oh, that's mean. Alright, so Brook has finally rejoined the crew, y'all. He's back. He's awakening Gyarados. That's wild. Alright, taking down the final Colossus. Time to finally get the rest of our memories back, so we can continue on our adventure.
ドレスローザ
We have over an hour left. Yeah, that's fine. We've still got plenty of time. I didn't say the chapter's short. Yeah, unfortunately, this is before Jinbei joins the crew, I hate to say. And yes, quote-unquote, I guess Carrot is who you mean when you say a bunny lady. Well, yeah, we don't have all the powers yet. Like we still gotta get through this last memory. We're here in Dressrosa. So one of the first things we're gonna do here is we're gonna actually run this way and we're gonna collect some steel bolts and some junk because we're gonna need that to build a couple bridges later. In addition to that, we're actually going to swap to Zoro, break this box, because this is also a steel bolt. I don't know if Yamato is like officially a straw hat, but I can get why you would say that. Yeah, so as you can see, we come to Dressrosa after the birdcage. So if you're familiar with the arc of Dressrosa, this takes place after Don Quixote has initiated the birdcage. I'd say Yamato's closer than Carrot. Oh my god, Pika, man. It killed me too, man, when Pika started talking. Alright, Mata Shark. I think the real question is Bon Clay even alive still? We should be asking that first. We haven't seen him since Impel Down, man. Unless there's like something I'm missing from like an informational. Alright, we're gonna buy 6 dressed shrimps. Because like I said, we've been playing the long game. We're finally almost to the point where we're ready to craft the most powerful dish for the speed run. I believe he said that's fair. Alright, so we get to the elevator. We realize we can't get there, so we need to figure out how to get access to it. We need to find Rebecca. Rebecca, of course, is at the Coliseum. So we're gonna head back that way. I don't actually need to swap to Luffy. I don't know why I did that, just out of habit. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the anime. It's any media logic. If you don't see the body, then you know we can assume that they're not necessarily dead. No, that's just the weak marine there. So we just whack him to get some TP. Yeah, this chapter is pretty beefy. There's a lot of running around, but it also has a lot of boss battles. That's what I said, unless he showed up in like a cover story or something, I missed it. Okay. Like I said, if it's related to a cover story, I may have forgotten it. Sometimes I admittedly forget to look at the cover stories. Whoops. I'm over here forgetting my final shot. Alright, so here we buy Isabella's gloves, and then we're gonna buy 22 of these. I do like how characters who don't necessarily, like a lot of characters who don't necessarily show up in the game, they do show up as like equipable accessory items. But so that's one of the last shops we do. But before we actually continue on, we also got to do a little bit of fusing. So we're actually going to go back over here now that we activated the... Well, so is the Wapple stuff. Because all the Wapple stuff is relevant because when, you know, when he popped back up and, you know, his whole thing... So we're gonna craft. So like I said, we're gonna do some fusing. We're gonna do 12 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
肉食って戦いに備えるぞ。
I remember the boss Luffy stuff. I haven't seen the Sky PS7 in so long. I don't even remember the whole nail and like the moon stuff. Alright, so we do some menuing. Realistically, I probably didn't have to touch Nami there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the menu here still needs to be cleaned up. So Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Brook. Wee! Oh man, the man who's the biggest fan of the Nintendo Wii. Y'all, Nintendo Wii's biggest fan. So yes, we're fighting Burgess. So we start with Brook doing New World. He's gonna attack Luffy. Luffy is going to Red Hawk. And depending on how the fusing went, this will sometimes one-shot. It just depends on how good the fusing went. If the fusing didn't go, plus I don't think that was a critical hit. So we defeat him, but you know, he's persistent, so he gets back up. We have to fight him again. Yeah, Luffy must not have the critical. No, New World will stack with other things. So New World stacks, but only with like other stuff. So like I could use New World and I could use like elephant tuna saute, and that's like another because New World's like I think a 20%, 25% boost. So yeah, stat buffs will stack as long as it comes from different sources. Yeah, if Luffy was getting a critical hit off, he would be one-shotting Burgess. That just means a couple things. It just means that with defusing the pieces of gear that I gave the critical hit to, and again, this is where I'm still working on improving some of the menuing in this route. Because I think what I probably could have done is I probably could have gave Zoro the highest attack power items and then Luffy the second set of attack items, and that would have actually given him probably the guaranteed crit on his hit. Like Zoro has a guaranteed critical hit on all his attacks right now. Do we get the scare sugar again? I don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. Now we gotta head to the Royal Palace to take down Don Quixote do Flamingo. A little math in my head right now. Nine pieces of junk? Yeah, 9 pieces of junk and 6 steel bolts. If I remember these pickups. Nimbus Spider. Junk. 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 Okay. I have not seen Film Red yet, so let's try and keep spoilers to none. I haven't had a chance to see it yet. Alright, so as we climb the plateau for this section here, we basically, the game kind of makes us use Frankie's bridge system. We have 6 pieces of 6 steel bolts and 9 junks, and that's what we need to build all 3 bridges. We need 1 and 2 for the first bridge, 2 and 3 for the second, and 3 and 4 for the last. Yeah, I want to see it. I just never got a chance to see it in theaters. We opened this chest for some more spicy urchin, and now we have all the tools we need to actually create the dressed shrimp paella. World 1. You talking about Strong World? Are you saying Strong World is your favorite one? For me right now, with what I've seen, so I haven't seen any of the non-licensed movies. So I haven't seen. Okay. So the only One Piece movies I've seen are the ones that have released officially in the States. So that's Strong World, Film Gold, Stampede, and Film Z, and Film Red. I have not seen Stampede. Hey, how do you deal with the cutscenes? I hold the square button to skip them. So cutscenes that are all like major cutscenes for most cutscenes are skippable by just holding square.
恩人を殺されたって話していたけど。
ドフラミンゴは非常な男。
Film Red. You're saying Film Red is the worst one to date for your opinion, which I mean it's fair. It's your opinion. You can have that. I mean, it sounds like a lot of people didn't like it because of the musical factor, but I'm here for the musical factor. Yeah, I feel stupid. I thought I had seen Stampede for years, and then I kept seeing clips from it. I was like, you know what? I've never seen Stampede, and then I looked at my DVD collection, and I realized I don't have Stampede. Apparently, I think Stampede came out like around the whole COVID shenanigans and stuff like that. You were mentioning. Damn. You were mentioning guaranteed crit earlier when I was looking. Is there equipment for that? Yes. So what it is in the game, you can get accessory items that will increase your critical hit rate by 17%. And so what you can do is, or what we do in the speedrun, is we fuse 3 of them to a piece of gear, and there's a chance that they get like a boosted effect, so they could have anywhere from 17, 25, or 34%. So my current routing, I do 3 pieces of gear, get critical rate boost of minimum 17%, and then I use the party bonus. So if you have a party, you get a 50% chance to get a critical hit. So what that means is that one character that has basically somebody is going to be guaranteeing to do a critical attack under that current like setup. And then I want to make sure I've got enough TP going into this fight. Somebody looks like Cavendish is sleeping on the job there, folks. So this fight's pretty straightforward. We're gonna New World, and then we're gonna have our boy Luffy here hockey some fools. So this should kill everybody except for Hakuba. And Zoro will do this. I did do the wrong move though, unfortunately. That did happen. And then we do have Sabo helping us out here. It looks like Sabo took out Hakuba. I got the fusion part, but I thought the only crit buff you get apart from that is if you get them. No. That is not the only time you get a crit buff. So the crit buff from running into enemies backside. So if you run into an enemy's backside, you are sometimes given the opportunity to have your first attack. Basically, everybody's first attack on their first turn to do a critical hit. The problem is since I'm not fighting any random encounters, I don't have any back attack opportunities because I can't back attack like a boss battle. Ultimately. And so with that said, essentially what we do instead is we utilize the game's accessory system. So in chapter 5 there's a Yoisa in the ice block ruins that you can buy critical hit rate plus 17%. And then we fuse those to items that we then equip. And then, you know, with those equipped items, it allows us to, you know, essentially, yeah, it was a One Piece chapter this week. So with those equipped items and the camping bonus, because if you have a party, you get a 30% boost to your experience, and you get a 50% boost critical hit rate chance. It's fine. Extra Trafalgar Law. I prefer that. And then this should kill. Probably didn't need to do this move, but just to be safe. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's the campsite thing. The you know, it says have a party at the campsite. So yeah, that part. Yeah, if you have a party at a campsite or at a tavern, you get a 30% boost to experience and a 50% chance for critical hit rate for the next 10 encounters. That does include encounters you don't fight though. So like that earlier when I you know, that guy ran into me and I ended up fleeing from it. Like that took away one of those 10 encounters, unfortunately. Yeah, we're just continuing our way up the plateau. As you can see, you know, we've been meeting different bosses along the way and battles and stuff. Same old shenanigans as always. I have a party with my party, baby. Stupid mouses are just too damn fast. Yeah, so we do an aqua cabbage roll just to make sure we have the TP. Get ourselves another boss battle against Pika. So for this battle's got like kind of two phases to it. So the first part is we have to deal with the Pika's hiding in the stone. So we got to deal with that. So the way we deal with that is I have Luffy do Conqueror's Haki. And no, he didn't get critical hits, so nothing got destroyed. All right, so this is going to be a bit of a time loss, having to deal with all the stalactites. Because he won't appear until they're all destroyed. And there's Pika. Alright, then we're gonna have Luffy do Haki. I didn't quite put him at half HP. Yeah, Luffy not having like guaranteed crit does make things a little janky. So I might in my efforts of rerouting, I might try to figure out like how to best utilize. But as you see there, Zoro was just like, you know, Zoro basically was like, eat my couch. Now I didn't get the bonus XP though, because if I got him to half HP, it would have been a dramatic event to kill Pika with Zoro. It's fine. We're almost to the top. Or with the cannon AP. Oh my god, that wall is so awkward to jump up. Like an 80-20% chance to like not actually jump high enough over the ledge. So a lot of awkward looking up. Did not actually mean to do that, but that was kind of funny. Alright, gotta do a quick menu here. Because Luffy is actually not going to be involved in any of the upcoming fight or the next two fights, but Sanji is. And we need Sanji to get in there.
レベッカ。
ドン・キホーテファミリーに母親を殺されたで
I mean, I could probably.
油断するな。
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it should be. Since we're watching some cutscenes and stuff, so. The Doflamingo shows his ugly head. Oh, that's not a great spot for a boy there. Alright. Hell's memory. Hey, we got the instant knockout. So there's always a chance that he dodges that attack, but for the most part it should one-shot Doflamingo. And we've got Cavendish. Cavendish and Law are helping us. Yeah, an hour is right. Okay. We'll go ahead and we'll let this cutscene play. I mean, based on what my splits say, we're on pace for about a 604 still, even with all the cutscenes we've been watching, so. Motor, it's sugar! Dumbles. Mugiwara.
二度もやりたくなかったな。あなた、長鼻。ただババスカった。
今度こそ息の根を止めてやるよ。お前はまさか。
Corazon!
生きてるはずがねえ。俺はこの手でお前を殺した。コラさん、バカな。コラさんだと。これはお前が。
ごめんなさい。わざとではないの。こんなこと初めてで、私でも抑えられない。
She's explaining.
あなたの思いが私の力に共鳴して自然と。
誰の能力だ、いまいましい。くたばった後も俺の邪魔をしに来やがるとはな。物分かりの悪い弟を持つと苦労するぜ。いいだろう。
Yeah, it's something to do with his memories and it resonating with her powers. Yeah, so now we gotta fight him again. This time it's we only have Sanji and Robin for this fight. So kind of same idea. We're gonna hope this attack doesn't miss. And it did not. Cool.
手強いわね。そこまでよ。こうかしら。
armor.
生きるか死ぬか命の瀬戸際だ。踏ん張れ。シャンブルズくらえ。冷静さをかけば
Goofy
命
face.
をシャンブルズ。終わりだドフラミンゴ。
So those shenanigans are done. Now, time to actually take him
ここはあ
down.
いつに任せて俺たちは上だ。
俺が上で入れ替える。お前たちはここで待て。
俺は自分で行く。
悪いな。ルフィは昔からこうだ。
Abo. Alright. So we gotta get Luffy his gear back, of course. Now to actually take him down. Once and for all.
お前の七部か。お前たちの俺を
できる。そのためにここに来た。
Alright, so kind of same idea we've been doing. We're gonna start with a aqua cabbage roll,
これいただく。
いけるか。
and then we're gonna do an elephant tuna saute,
こいつ強いな。
and we're gonna pray to the high heaven.
ギアセカンド。ゴムゴム
Yeah,
の。
no afro.
レッドホーク。
Nice.
準備いくぞ。
Took him down.
周りも近い。
Again, there was a 50% chance he dodges that.
いや、ポーズ。バウンドマン。
Boundoman.
ゴムゴムの。
俺の頭上に立つとは気分が悪い。
ここに来るまでにいろんなやつを見た。この国じゃ誰も笑ってなかったぞ。トラオもレベッカもお前がいる限り自由になれねえんだ。俺はそれが許せねえ。ゴムゴムの
16発の聖なる冗談。ロッドスレッド。
Take that, Don Quixote, dumb ass flamingo. All right. Well, I guess all that's left at this point is to just finish up here in Dressrosa and we head back to the ship. And on our merry way. So here we have to talk to a bunch of residents, so we're just doing that. But we are going to do our final cooking and final fusing section. Ah, that's not more, man. We just wrapping up. Going Mary's gone. That is true. So we gotta max out cooking to make this dish. Craft, cook food. So dress shrimp paella guarantees that the next attack will be a critical hit. And so we use the 6 of them for the kind of like finale of the game. And here we're gonna spend the last set of attack crowns we've got, basically fusing some of the gear we earned through all those battles. Next one I got a boost. And after we do Hakuba's power, that will end it on all the fusing. Got here and wow, he punched those spikes in the least efficient direction possible. Did he try just punching them from the side before going in the spiky direction? I don't know, Luffy's not a very logical person. Now it's time to have ourselves a party.
これでメモリアでの冒険も終わりね。みんなに本当のこと話さなきゃ。ありがとう、ルーシー。
これで俺たちの力も全部戻っ。
So this is where we get a little bit more backstory into Audio's whole thing. So apparently Audio is not as nice of a person as we were led to believe. So he has been tricking us this whole time into defeating the Colossus because by doing that and collecting their cores, it will allow him to awaken this thing called the Divine Breath. So Audio basically wants to bring down the barrier around Wofford so he can find his people, essentially his race of people, and have them come back home, or get them to come back home.
今まで私はアディオの夢を叶えてあげたいと思っていた。私もアディオやアディオの一族とこの島で暮らすことを望んでいたの。でも
お前はどうしたいんだ?
So Lim decides to finally tell us what Audio was doing this whole time.
私が何をすべきかを。アディオの夢を叶えるために今はアディオを止める。
そうだな。お前がそう決めたんならそうすりゃいいじゃ
All
ねえ
right,
か。
shock horror. I feel like if you've watched any number of anime, you kind of saw this coming a mile
全て
away.
うまくいったらアディオも一緒にワフルドで宴をしよう。おい、リム。
リムさん、返事をしてください。何が起こったんだ。リムが消えちまった。待て待て。リムがいなければ俺たち現実に戻れねえぞ。
Now we've learned all the remaining abilities.
Time
for the final chapter.
世界の運命さえかかった小さな島の大きな闘争。アディオ、私は辞書をその手につかむもの。
やっと来たか。バスターコール。
The Marines may have called a buster call on the island of Wofford, by the way. There may be a buster call coming.
やっと来たか。バスターコール。
ワフルドに戻されたのはやっぱり私一人。ルフィたちはどうなったの？まさか神の息吹に何かあったんじゃ。
Like the longer One Piece goes on, the less of that actually is. I mean, maybe. Are we on pace to hit estimate? Hell, I could go under Shiner. I'm just not watching any more cutscenes. There's... Oh, you know what? I didn't actually mean to skip that cutscene. I meant to let that one play. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment. I mean, my splits say I'm on pace for 607. I might be. I don't know how much. Well, it depends on where this cutscene leaves us, but we'll see. We'll see, like, after the next split what it says, but as of right now, it's showing a 607.
ありゃ海軍の軍艦じゃねえの。
あの軍艦、火力、闘争、まさかバスターコール。
どういうことだよ。なんでワフルドにバスターコールだ。
このままでワフルドに沈められてしまう。
That's why I didn't mean to skip the cutscene. I actually forgot how they got out of there. It was not the power of friendship. I forgot the method in which they got out from. That's why I didn't mean to skip the cutscene. That was there prior.
まさかこの騒ぎはアディオに関係してんのか。
リムの匂いがするぞ。さっきまでここにいたんだ。無事に戻れてたのね。よかった。
I mean, I'll let cutscenes play.
アディオの小屋の方に向かってるぞ。
リムが心配ね。私たちも行きましょう。
Alright, so here we are, finale. final chapter. So basically, we need to go deal with audio.
原因かもしれない。
そいつは政府を動かすこと
Nah, you'll be fine, Shiner. Don't worry.
兵器かどうかもわからない。情報が少なすぎる。とにかくリムを見つけて早くここ
Look, man, it's what happens when you submit to this marathon,
アディオの小屋の方に続いて
and then
る
there's still several weeks before everything's all said and done, and you run this game every week.
それにしてもあの雷とんでもねえ威力だったな。
For context, my PB is a 548, so we're about 7 minutes away from my PB.
巨像の火じゃ
And if we were... I'm trying to think, if we were skipping... Like after... Yeah. Like after... I think technically if we were skipping, if we weren't watching any cutscenes, because I'm about 20 minutes past PB. I think there's about 20 to 30 minutes of actual content with all the cutscenes skipped after chapter 8.
リム、体は
Yeah,
大
we'll be
丈夫
fine.
うん
Also, what's up, Yofer?
今はそんなこと
Yeah, so we found Lim.
暗くなったらすぐ
He's
にな
upset. His audio's gone crazy, essentially, with, you know, wanting to accomplish his goal. So now we need to head to the Sky Tower and try and put a stop to him and the Divine Breath. That's what that giant thing on the top of the pillar you see there is. That tower awakened. Basically, access to that tower was granted once the Colossi were killed or taken out. Also need to make sure, let's see, I do this. That's on gun. This. That should be one. Thank you. Thank you, Yofer.
天領の塔に行くにはこの先の分かれ道を左よ
This time we're actually going to go to the path on the left. So normally we come this way, we go into the Lakeshore Cave. This time around, we're actually going to head to the left side. If you're playing this casually and you're exploring, you may come this way as just part of exploration, but there's a Yoisa here that has somebody that you give the Yaya cubes to. So at some point, I forgot which chapter it is, there's a bunch of Yoisas in a few parts of the world map. And each one of these Yoisas will allow you to... Hold on. So I want to make sure... It's TP's good. There will be like, I think it's like 3 or 4 Yoisas where they will have like missions where you collect a certain number of something and then you show them that something. So we're going to use King Kong Gun, which is a mass AoE move. This should kill all of the little guys, knock them out of commission. And then we're going to use Zoro here to finish out this guy.
一大三千大戦俺はこっちはもう大丈夫だ
Basically, we got attacked while Frankie was building a bridge.
ところでアディオさんはどうやって向こうに渡ったんですか
Continue to do here.
アディオは小舟を隠してたから
よそれはいやー用意周到ですね
With the dress shrimp paella, we're not as concerned about the guaranteed critical hit because dress shrimp paella will make the next attack guaranteed to crit. We only have 6 of them, and we still have. So there's a bit of a boss rush mode towards the end of this dungeon. You'll see when we get there. And that's where we're going to actually utilize the dress shrimp paellas. But coming up here, we're going to have our final party as well. So this will be the last time we use the party system to get the boosted chance. Because while we don't need certain things anymore, there are still a couple fights that we have to fight that are not bosses. That plus the dress shrimp paella is only for the first attack. Well, unfortunately, due to the chance to dodge my attack, it does make it so where we would probably want to use we would still want to have the chance of a crit from a party if it came down to it. Kind of know we don't get to use Chopper's natural. I'm just like, like that's my only biggest complaint is that the movement speed on the world map just it feels weird for what could have been done in a One Piece game, especially when you look at something like World Seeker. So I'm saying, man, Chopper's got a moment coming, man. Give it time. Chopper's moment is coming. His time will come. Oda's cooking something for Chopper. Alright, so here in the Sky Tower, there are a bunch of these orange cubes, which these boxes basically house a bunch of enemies inside of them. So we are going to aim to dodge these boxes, of course. This one is forced because it's the game's like method of teaching me about it. Okay, Luffy's gonna King Kong gun. I want to say this should kill all three of them. Yeah. Basically just took down the 3 legendary birds from Pokemon, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Yeah, so those cubes are going to be running around this area, and so if you run into one, it does initiate a fight. We are going to do our best to dodge them. They're not hard to dodge, but if I do accidentally get an encounter, it is actually safer to just win the encounter than it is to try and flee, because with the level differences and everything, you do have a you kind of have a dangerous chance of like failing to flee, and if you fail to flee, you lose all of your turns, and you have to wait for all the enemies to take their turns. And not only are they going to take their turns, but there's usually a buttload of enemies per cube. So it is something where it's not just like 2 or 3 enemies, it's like usually a whole crop of them. You got texted? Who got texted? Did I get texted? Did I get a text? I don't see a text on my phone. And here we're just venturing across the cubes, doing the most optimal method as possible, because every time I step on one of these, as you can see, I'm basically forced to watch a cutscene. And unless there's a cube coming out of the ground in the cutscene, I can't skip it. We're already looking like a Nocturne dungeon. We haven't even started the game run yet. Are the skill cubes not useful at all? I've been using them. You maybe just haven't seen the menus. They are. We use them. You're talking about the fragments for the characters, right? To upgrade their abilities. I assume that's what you mean by skill cubes, right? The ones where you have to put 3. Yeah. I've been using them. Luffy and Zoro attach cubes to them pretty much in chapter 1 and chapter 2. Usopp puts cubes. I use cubes with Usopp at least twice. I need the cubes to make Robin's fuse. Like, we have to use the cubes to increase Robin's skill level for her to use level 3 fusing. Same thing with Sanji using level 3 cooking. The only people I don't use cubes with are Chopper, Nami, Frankie, and Brooke. They I don't use any cubes with currently. Yeah, so we use some. We don't collect a ton because like we don't need to collect a ton, because a lot of times we're only using like 1 or 2 abilities, and a lot of times some of the abilities that we use I can't even put cubes on anyway at certain parts in the story. So having like cubes like doesn't yield too much necessity unless it's like that one chapter where it's an ability that can actually equip the cubes. But running through the Sky Tower, the Purifying Gardens here. Luckily, we can grapple while hanging from the ledge, so we don't have to climb up the ledge first and then grapple, which obviously would take more time. But yeah, we're essentially aiming, looking to dodge every one of these cubes. Thankfully, the enemies have their own kind of invisible walls that they don't pass. It's hard to say, but if you play this game or if you're doing a speed run, you'll notice that the enemies, when they spot you and they want to come after you, they only come after you up to a certain point, because after a while they will stop running, or they'll hit a wall and they're not able to, like, you know, and then they're not able to actually do anything about it. Alright, let's see what our TP levels are at. Not good for Luffy, but it's fine. Honestly, Zoro is kind of the main DPS for this fight because of the typing. Because Luffy will probably die. Easy? Oh yeah, that's pretty much how the route works right now. Actually, the route is it's a lot of glass cannon, All right, with that split and all the cutscenes we've watched up to this point, yeah, I mean my estimate is still under, so we're still on track to finish the estimate. All right, so we come to this room here, kind of a dead end. We're like, well, what do we do now? So we got to figure out how to decipher this writing. Yeah, the route I do is it is a heavy glass cannon route. That is very true. Now, mind you, like, Luffy was at a type disadvantage though, so like it did make sense that that was gonna happen, because, like, I mean, he was weak to the type, plus he didn't have full HP either. Why does it, I mean, I don't know, my viewers have said the same thing. My viewers have said the exact same thing about how it sounds like the PlayStation loading noise. So for context, what's happening here, basically we need to figure out how to solve this puzzle, and we're like, hey, you know what, there was a clue inside the mausoleum in Alabasta. We're back here in Alabasta, going to a specific part of the mausoleum, essentially. Yeah, so we're revisiting Alabasta to go find a mural that we saw earlier. In chapter 2, like, if you were watching cutscenes and playing this casually, you would have, depending on your memory, of course, you would have saw the location that we're headed to. And you could have been like, oh yeah, well, we're probably supposed to go to Alabasta. I mean, the game also kind of guides you there, because, I mean, look, there's clearly a red arrow pointing where to go. So luckily it's a short trip through Alabasta, so we're not here for too long. Basically we're just going to go down here, and the mural's on the ceiling there, which will give us the clue we need, though it is going to ask you a question. You have to get it right. The answer is sheet music. All right. And now we have to go to water 7. We got to go to the library that we were in earlier. And then that will kind of be the end all be all of the like backtracking to like previous areas for story related stuff. So thankfully, once you complete an area, the game will make all the fast travel points be active. So, I didn't need to like pre-plan this in my routing to avoid it. One other cool thing that does happen is the flame turrets all get, even though there's enemies to fight, the flame turret ones actually get turned off. Like they get removed essentially. And so that ends up being pretty neat, pretty cool, because it allows me to not have to also fight extra fights in Water 7 or back in Chapter 4 to ensure that, the enemies were dealt with. So now we're basically just heading to, like I said, the library where we were earlier. We were here. Probably let this next cutscene play. It's a cool little cutscene. All right, so it's sheet music. Time to open the way. Neck is long.
ようまく演奏できました。
ツールが現れたぞ。
You've seen the bar lady?
やったなリム。ブレック、こんな仕掛けがあったのか。
このメロディーを覚えていたリムさんのおかげです、ね。
I'm
いいえ、あなたのおかげ
not the final boss battle.
ありがとう、ブレック。
Okay.
恐縮です。
Oh yeah.
これで先に進めるな。
アディオ、待ってろよ。
All right. So this isn't the final. It's what's her face? The woman with the same kind of haircut. It's like Shiki. It's something along those lines. She's got like the jeans. Like I think she has she's like a bartender in Salbody. Yeah, in Salbody Archipelago. Alright, so this part here, basically, we're trying to get to the top of the tower, but the game has unfortunately instilled security measures. And so we are entering through rooms of recollection. So what's going to actually happen here is we are now going to have 3 fights in a row. We are essentially going to have 3 fights in a row where we have to fight the previous bosses from the original kind of like chapters we've been through. So Tower of Kagutsuchi. Alright, so here's our first thing. We gotta fight Kaku and Lucci together. So that's, you know, fun times. So we're gonna start with she's gonna do a dress shrimp paella on Luffy to make sure his next attack is a critical. And then we're gonna see what happens. Luffy's gonna nuke the field. We're gonna pray. Alright, so we gotta dodge, unfortunately. So this is the RNG of the run right there, folks. When that happens. So unfortunately, you know, Kaku dodged us. Thankfully, that took him out. So, but yeah, that's kind of the RNG part of this run, is getting Luffy to do a massive attack and then kind of praying they don't dodge it. What about Lucci? Did I say the wrong names? Now we fight Goofy and Crocodile in this second fight. Dress shrimp paella. Alright. Everyone hold your breath. It's a Kaku. Fair enough. Yeah, we hit them both. All right. One final encounter. This battle coming up next is the hardest fight in the speedrun currently. I mean, I am working on trying to like reroute aspects of it to maybe make it not as like painful, but this next fight is the hardest fight in the speedrun, especially because of the attack ineffective nonsense. Alright. So same thing, we're gonna start with the dress shrimp paella on Luffy. Now we've got to fight all three admirals. Hey, we actually hit all three of them. Let's go. Yep, the Admiral Trio. Zoro being frozen's not great though. But hey, you know what? RNG was on our side today. We just took out two of them. Hey, RNG was on our side. I feel bad. I hyped that battle up to be worse than it really was. That actually was that battle ended up being very fair to us. I have definitely not had that fight be very fair at times. Who's up a chance? Alright, so we're getting down to the wire. We've got two more boss battles, but I do want to preference by saying when we defeat the final boss, the run is not over. There is still gameplay after you defeat the final boss that is included in the timing for the speedrun. I'll say it again during the battle, but you absolutely hate Usopp. Poor Usopp. Yeah, I mean, come on. God Usopp isn't... He's God Usopp, man. That's the divine breath. Hey, thanks for the good luck. Goldie Usopp. That's fair. That's fair. No, they actually just announced there's a trailer. The trailer came out a week ago. It is post-game DLC that takes place after the end of the game. It takes place after all this, but before you leave the island. But yeah, it was announced about a week ago. Just as coming soon, but yeah, it's story DLC.
俺はやり遂げた。俺は賭けに勝ったんだ。さあ、ここからだ。世界を作り直す。この力を使ってな。答えてみやがれ、神の息吹。誰が主人だ。
Giant steering wheel. Just saying.
2番艦から6番艦まで撃沈。続く7番艦9番艦からは応答がありません。ほとんどの友軍が海の木図か。なんということだ。すべてはフルドからの気象兵器による攻撃と思われます。この威力がゆえのバスター。
Yeah, fun fact: the DLC trailer it confirms that Eneru or Enil is going to appear as the boss in it. They claim there'll be more new characters, not in the main game. What, Princess Shirahoshi?
何隻でも来いよ。時間ならある。最後まで付き合うぜ。お前か。
これはどういうこと？嵐の結界を消して仲間を迎えるために神の息吹を止める必要があったのではないの？どうしてこんな。
そうだな、リム。お前には話しておくぜ。
He's been lying to her the whole time.
こいつは大切なことだからな。リム。ありがとな。お前の役目はここまでだ。リムの能力は俺にとっちゃ危険なものだったのさ。俺の力もキューブにされて奪い取られたんじゃたまらねえからな。これで俺を邪魔するものはなくなった。
リムはお前が仲間を呼び寄せるのを助けようとしてたんだぞ。友達じゃねえのかお前。
リムが友達だと。くだらねえことを言うなよ。まああいつは俺にとっちゃ都合のいい道具だったさ。 ルフィ。
嘘だろ。どうしてルフィに雷が効くんだ。
神の息吹は雨、雷、吹雪、あらゆる気象を自在に操ることができる。お前が電気を受け付けない体だとしても、鋭利な氷をまとった雷ならば。
What kind of cheap trick is that? Lightning coated ice.
おいおい、面倒をかけるなよ。逃げ出すなら見逃してやろうと思ってたんだぜ。本当さ。分かったか？俺のコテコテで掴んだものはこの通り俺の思うがままに操れる。だと？こんな化け物じみた古代兵器すら従順なもんだ。
こんなでけえ兵器すら自在に操る。厄介な能力だな。
お前の刀と
That's how anime works.
これも俺の力さ。
Exactly. Because anime. It's just the rules of the system.
そのコテコテの力は守るための力だって言ってたじゃねえか。
そいつは誤解だぜ、ウソップ。お前らを守るだなんて言ってねえ。俺のこの手が守るのは俺の夢だけだ。
なんて七力だ。
骨の髄までしびれちゃいました。
くそ。動けね
思い出の旅はご苦労だったな。コテコテの身の能力でリムを操り、お前たちの力を奪った。リムは衰弱しちまったが、全ては俺の想定通り進んだってわ
Yeah, you're just not using enough electricity.
リムが弱っていった。あなたの能力の影響だったのね。
そうだな。コテコテの技はリムには負担だったよ。リムは何も気づいてねえだろうがな。
I would assume because it's coated in ice or fire or some shit.
お前たちは後にしてやる。追ってくるなら容赦はしねえぜ。
待て、アディオ。
Or doesn't have to exist.
ルフィ、リムが息を吹き返した。
リム、しっかりしろ、リム。
アディオは悪くないの。私と同じ寂しかっただけ、仲間が欲しかっただけ。このままだとアディオはずっと一人。ルフィ、アディオを助けてあげて。
He has the grab devil fruit.
リム、おい、なんだよこれ。
キューブになってしまったわ。これってどういうことなの？
Kote kote no mai.
考えられるのは一つだけの。リムもキューブによって作られた存在だったということよ。
嘘だろ。
ありえるのか、そんなこと。
そもそも作られた存在って分かんねえことが多すぎるぞ。
Ah,
誰
okay.
が、なぜ、どうやって。
キューブは自然のものではない。リムが言っていたことよ。ならば誰かリムを作り出した人がいる。
だがよ、この島にはリムの他にアディオしかいねえぜ。
アディオに聞くしかねえな。待ってろよ、リム。絶対に元に戻してやる。みんな、アディオの後を追うぞ。
Right. Time to take this chump down. Essentially the final battle.
やっと話がつながったよ。
何の話だ、ロビンちゃん。
ワッフルドを研究する学者の手記を思い出したのだけど、ア アディオの一族とおぼしき記述があった。思い返せばワフルドの歴史と重なる部分も多かった。
なんて書いてあったんだ？
差別や迫害を受けていること、海軍の追跡から逃れている。
Faster, Zoro. Yeah, pretty much at this point, you know, we're just basically headed to the final encounter. It's going to consist of 2 battles. First battle will be against Audio, and the second battle is against the Divine Breath. I'm pretty certain I have full HP, but I mean, for marathon, let's just keep it safe. Make sure we're at full HP going into the fight. Then we're going to basically max out everybody's TP.
じゃあ、あいつがワフルドに迎えようとしていた仲間ってのは一体誰なんだよ。
そうね、もう誰もいないことになる。
じゃあ仲間を呼んで一緒に暮らすって話は嘘なのか？
それならなぜ嘘をついたの？まさか仲間のために海軍に復讐するつもりなの？でもそれリムは関係ないじゃない。
Yeah, I've made that comment a few times when I've been like when I was doing runs or routing or just randomly when it came across my mind. I said the same thing. I was like, wait, we use Chopper to get through a tunnel, and that magically brings everybody else along. Gotta love gaming logic, right? You know, if I had to be able to fast travel, this would probably be like a lot quicker. Chopper just clears the way. You can't shrink people. All right, time for the final showdown. Pokemon successor. For the interest of time, we're gonna skip that cutscene. All right, so we just need to take down Audio. We actually don't need to worry about anything else. So I'm gonna give Zoro a critical guaranteed next hit because he has a type advantage against Audio. Unfortunately, Audio, as you can see there, is gonna buff up his defense and everyone's defense stats, but we can ignore the tornadoes and just solely focus on Audio. We're gonna use the bond move to not only guarantee the hit, but you know, just ensure the most damage is done, and then we're gonna King Cobra him with Luffy. Very nice. Nami went down. Usopp went down. As you can see, everybody's just kind of dying. I thought it was a real-time battle, but the turn-off battle. No, it's turn-based combat. Audio goes down. Audio's fine. Oh my god. you can see, the divine breath has gone crazy. What is up next? I think it's Shin Megami Tensei. Is it Nocturne? Is it Digital Devil Saga? I can't remember. Some Shin Megami Tensei game. Nocturne, okay.
今思いがけずに始まった。自ら動き始めた神の息吹は全ての大地を焼き尽くすだろう。どうだ麦わらのルフィ、お前が信じる仲間や絆で。
Of course, we can stop anything with the power of friendship. Will you not?
こんな魚なんか叩き潰してやる。
Alright. Now this is the actual final boss, but like I said, there's still some more content afterwards, so it's not immediately over. Yeah, so we gotta take down this, but it's being protected by a bunch of tornadoes. So essentially what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna have Nami give Luffy a guaranteed attack. Basically a guaranteed critical from Luffy. He's gonna do this thing to kind of like trigger an AoE attack, but then we're gonna Kong gun, and ideally the Kong gun, this should kill everything. Yeah, so this takes out the barrier that it has, so now we're basically going to, you know, now it's like we gotta take it down before it stands back up kind of nonsense, essentially. Let's see, so Luffy's gonna need more TP. So basically it's not going to attack me, it's going to just kind of be stuck there having trouble floating. So it's kind of like a DPS check. Thankfully this cannot dodge any attacks. So we'll be safe in that regard as long as I don't use the wrong abilities. That's it? Well, that's it for the battle. Yeah, he did. Yeah, love Usopp for that, right? And so in a normal speedrun, that would be the final battle of basically risk die. Like basically that's the last battle where you have to like worry about, you know, killing something. And then after this, it's about I want to say it's like just under 6 minutes of running around, kind of finalizing everything on the island. You know, kind of true, you know, anime story fashion of like, hey, let's go find everybody and then let's get off the island. And not counting this cutscene, there's like about 6 minutes of gameplay left. I figured it should, you know, we should at least watch the finale of their battle in cutscene format.
海岸のサニーが危ねえ。ルフィ、
俺はここに残る。みんなはサニーを守れ。俺にはまだやることがある。おう。
そうだな。いいこと思いついたよ。バフルドの嵐を乗り越えてなお無事だったお前の。
You better leave the Thousand Sunny alone.
素晴らしい船だ。武装を追加すりゃ新世界の海も越えられそうだな。そこでだ。俺はサニー号をいただいていこう。嬉しいぜルフィ。お前は最後まで役に立つ男だ。
ふざけんじゃねえ。そんなの俺が許すわけねえだろ。
そういうだろうと思っていた。だが欲しいものは奪い取る。それが海賊の流儀だろ。お前らに合わせてやってるだけさ。そうだな。じゃあ俺も今から海賊ってことにするかな。世界を滅ぼすついでに海軍も海賊も皆殺しにしてやる。あ？ そうすると俺は海賊王ってことにならねえか。悪いなルフィ、世界を掌握するのは俺だ。
本物も知らねえやつが海賊を語るんじゃねえ。リムや俺たちの自由を奪うお前が王になれるわけねえだろ。
何を言ってる。昔俺の邪魔をした海賊も言ってたぜ。思うがままに奪い取る、支配する。そうして世界の全てをその手に掴んだ者こそ海賊王と呼ばれるのだ。さて、縁も竹縄、どちらが正しいか力で決めよう。それもまた海賊の流儀だろ。
アディオ、お前は何も掴んでねえし、俺も何も渡さねえ。お前が海賊を語るなら海賊として受けて立ってやる。
俺はこの力で全てを掴む、奪い取る。この世界には自由を奪う目に見えない大きな手がある。その腕がこの世を思いのままに操ってやがる。くそったれたこの世の断りってやつだ。俺は散々見てきたぜ。信じられるものなど何もないってことを。
その腕の模様は何だ。お前の家族の印だって、お前の魂だって言ってたじゃねえか。それがお前の信じてるもんだろうが。
俺は誰も信じねえ。この世の断りを変えてやる。徹底的に破壊し尽くし、正しい世界を作り直す。
軽いな。何も持たねえお前の拳は。
俺の拳が軽いだろ。俺は一人で夢を成し遂げる。仲間なんて初めから必要なかったんだ。だがそれでいい。
バウンドマン。自分で手放したやつが何言ってんだ。手放さねえから仲間だ。
Directed by Michael Bay.
俺のこの手は結局何もつかめなかったってわけか。くそ、こんなところで病気にやられちまうとはな。手足がしびれてまともに動かねえ。まあポロロッカの記したコールだ。すぐに嵐は去るだろうぜ。あいつは 航海士としての腕も抜群だからな。そういえばホロロッカーはどこだ？
世界政府の高官ともあろう方がせこい話をするものだ。
なんだ？何を話している？
公開処刑がお望みなんだろう。毒で弱らせてあるが殺しちゃいない。奴が最後の一人だ。大物だからな。慎重にもなるさ。
バカだ、海に飛び込みやがった。
俺は逃げた。いや、死にたかったのかもしれない。皮肉なことに、俺は俺たちを追っていた海軍艦に引き上げられた。護送船から逃げ出した俺は、手にした新聞の小さな記事に我が目を疑った。政府の役人がつまらねえ罪で処刑されたと書かれたその記事には、ホロロッカの写真が添えられていた。俺たちの200年の苦しみも、あのクソ野郎の裏切りも、すべて誰かの手のひらの上で踊らされていただけのことだった。
大丈夫？ルフィ。
船は島の裏に退避させた。ただとっとと逃げないとここも危ねえ。
決着がついたのか？リム、お前元に戻ったのか？嘘！いやー、待て、なんだか違う気もするぞ。
瞳の色だ。リムちゃんは青かったが。
そうね。
どういうことなの？
After here I can skip for now. So we gotta run around and do some like last minute stuff.
神の息吹は
So now at this point, basically we're gonna, kind of gather our things and set sail. So just gotta run around the village. Just gotta run around the island and talk to everybody. Time essentially happens at the very end when I talk to Frankie last. So this is the game's way of like letting me do other things before like finishing a game. So that's why you tell them to set sail. So now I'm going to run around the island. Like I said, meet up with everybody. So we're gonna go find Chopper first. I would say Fuddle Bob at like 5.5 minutes, give or take. By Lim and Lim. Yeah, Lim has, I'm trying to remember, because, like, I'm really bad at remembering stories. So, like, basically there's two Lims. They're sisters, essentially, if I recall correctly. Problem is, I only watched the cutscenes, like, one time, and then I've been skipping them since then. Oh. Ah. Whoops. Alright. I went the wrong way. Chopper's over here. How many hours of cutscenes does story have? Probably a fair amount? I can't remember what my casual playthrough was. I mean, it was up there in hours. So, Chopper is saying bye to all the creatures. Well, yeah, so the DLC seems to imply that there's actually 3 limbs, because the story of the DLC that was announced last week takes place yeah, I mean there could be more limbs, we don't know. I mean, maybe we'll find out in the DLC, but yeah, the DLC, like a dark limb shows up and like messes with the cubes. Unlimited. Hey, it was pretty clever. Alright, so we've got Chopper. Now we're gonna go get Sanji. Also, it looks like I'm dropping a lot of frames. Hopefully the stream is doing alright. I think it just stabilized. But yeah, so I hope everyone is, since this is just a lot of running around, I'll do my, like, thanks and goodbyes and all that now. I want to thank everybody who hung out and watched this run. As far as I'm aware, this was the first marathon to feature this this run since its release. I'm wrong, I'll admit to it, but I'm not sure it's been featured in any other marathons yet, so it was really exciting to you know, kind of show this off. As I said at the beginning, when this game was announced, it was a passion project of mine. I am a predominant speedrunner when it comes to RPGs. My main area is the Final Fantasy series. I run 4 different Final Fantasy games, a lot of Square Enix titles. So you know, when a One Piece RPG game was announced, it just felt right up my alley. So big passion project for me. The anime speedruns community, I'm not sure if any of them are here watching or anything, but they've been very welcoming. This is the only anime game I run. But they've been a wonderful group of people and very welcoming to a newcomer like myself. The game's pretty new, y'all. It came out in January. There's probably plenty of opportunities to push the time down even further than it currently is. And such. So I'm going to continue routing it for now and routing my route and improving my time. My PB. I also run Onimusha. I run some action games as well. My PB, for anyone wanting context of what my PB to today's run was at, my PB is 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 42 seconds. That is the no DLC category. We do have a individual level leaderboard for this game called Crocodile Percent. It's only about a 2.5 hour run. So if you are wanting to maybe run this game but get something shorter, we do have the Crocodile Percent run. That's only about 2.5 hours. Then we also have, for PC players, we have the Speed Piece mod, which will increase your character's movement speed. I haven't experienced it myself to say how much faster it is. I've heard different numbers about it, but we do have that for PC runners, which should make a lot of the running around a lot quicker and not as potentially slow feeling. But we're headed into the home stretch here, so for anyone keeping time, after we skip a couple cutscenes here, I'm gonna run up to Frankie on the beach. He's gonna be the guy I talk to if you don't know who Frankie is. Once I tell Frankie to set sail and the screen fades to black, it will be time. So time's coming up here in just a moment. So once the screen fades to black, that is time. And time. Thank you. Yeah, I think the community increased the run speed by like, I think I was told like 150%. It's like 150% increase or something. But thank you all for the GGs. Thanks for hanging out, letting me showcase this run. If you're interested to see more of this run, but you know, where we aim for PBs, and you know, we skip all the cutscenes this time around. Like I said earlier, follow the channel. Every Wednesday, as of right now, we'd be doing runs of this game.
てまいりますよ。
Tomorrow may be different, just because we did one today, but normally every Wednesday we be doing runs of this. So yeah, if you're curious to see how far I can push the time, I am currently working towards a 540. So sub 540 is the current goal. About 8 minutes of time save. I think I can find it. Yes, I watched One Piece. Figurines. There's DVDs out the wazoo. But y'all, thank you for having me. Really, really long-a-thon. We've got the One Piece coming out of our ears. It was a blast. Enjoy the rest of the marathon. I'll see y'all in the next one. Take me out.
スモヤン中将、なんで報告書捨てちまうんだよ。